But your soul is a never-ending road. When your heart beats, hear your heart beats, and your doors are never fully closed. When your heart beats, hear you're always my heart beats.
This is the Theodore Schubert live stream. Hope you guys are enjoying your Friday afternoon. Let's have some fun, and let's try to have the best live stream that we possibly can have for this Friday. I was not able to do a live stream last week. Well, I was able, but I just decided not to do it because I knew that I was going to be doing a live stream anyway on Sunday because I was invited to do an interview with a Catholic podcast, and I live streamed it on Sunday, last Sunday. So that's why I didn't do last week's Friday live stream, but it is a new Friday, and thus hope springs perpetually. Hello, Rusty Shackleford. I think we have 5 people listening to us so far. And I think that is a good number. But let's see if we can wait to notice any more people. Now we have 4 people, so 1 person left. Let's see. I don't know. Not a lot of people coming today. I think I might just leave early. I don't know if I don't see enough people. I might just DJ techno music until we get enough people here. Four people. Let's see. Damn. There's like nobody here. Maybe I should have announced that I was going to do a live stream earlier. I don't know. There wasn't a warning this week, so it was a bit of a surprise. Yeah. I should... The thing is, sometimes I don't know if I'm going to be able to do these live streams. So that's why I don't like to do the announcements too early, because I don't really know, because sometimes things pop up in my schedule. But it doesn't really matter, to be honest with you, because at the end of the day, these live streams are about having fun, and they are also about creating content for the channel. Because if I can do a 4-hour live stream, that's 4 hours of potential content. So if I can do a 4-hour stream, and in that 4-hour duration, I talk about Ukraine for 30 minutes, or I talk about how corrupt the Catholic Church is for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. That's a 1 hour long video. Or I could take that 1 hour of content and I could break it down to 4 separate videos. Because, yeah, I could be ranting about how bad the Catholic Church is for an hour, but within that hour, I could be talking about different faces of corruption. I can be talking about the different types or the different ways that the Catholic Church is corrupt. So that could be 4 separate videos right there, right? That could be 4 separate videos. That could be 4, or let me think. Yeah, that could be like 3 or 4 separate videos or whatever. And that's a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun to do these live streams. The reason why it's fun to do these live streams is because, to be honest with you, it's actually easier to record during a live stream than it is during a pre-recorded session. So, is my internet working okay? Sharon and I love your streams. We miss Resident Evil, though. It's the closest we can get living through your experience in Italy. That's funny. We have 8 people watching, so I guess we're good. Yeah. So there's some interesting things I want to talk to you guys about. One is a recent video that came out showing Volodymyr Zelensky hanging out with a neo-Nazi leader by the name of Andrei Beletsky. Andrei Beletsky was the founder of Azov Battalion. He led Azov Battalion for a while before he got into politics and entered parliament. Beletsky is someone who admires the OUN. He's someone who admires, and for those of you who do not know, the OUN was the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists. I've said this a billion times, and I'll continue to say it. Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, which collaborated with the Nazis and butchered 100,000 Polish people. The Polish people to this day talk about the atrocities that the Ukrainians did to them. The Polish people will never forget what happened to them in the 1940s, where you had Ukrainian nationalists taking pregnant women, ripping their fetuses out, burning people alive, just doing these horrific, atrocious crimes. I mean, just serial killer level stuff. There was one story I heard where some Ukrainian fascist took a woman and just raped her and plucked her eyeballs out, and just thought it was a blast. They thought they were just having fun, and they were absolute sadist about the whole thing. Just pure evil. And this was done by these Ukrainian nationalists. The massacres were organized by people like Roman Shuhavich, people who are considered to be heroes by today's Ukrainian nationalist paradigm. And people say, well, why does this matter? Right? People say, why does this matter? That's the question that people have. And why does it matter if the Ukrainians want to revere Andrei Melnik, one of the leaders of the OUN, who organized massacres? Why does it matter if the Ukrainians glorify someone like Nikola Lebed, who organized the Volyn massacre in the 1940s? Well, the reason why it matters is because the ideology of this nationalism is still alive. That's why it matters. Every country has past crimes. The question is, does a country work in some way to find redemption? And if you can see that a country has made progress from its past sins, its past crimes, its past transgressions, then yeah, it wouldn't be fair to to just criticize that country for its past or to condemn that country. The United States did terrible things in the past, or the United States did things that we consider to be terrible, and we talk about those things all the time. I mean, when I was going to school, I don't think there was a single year of American education that I went through where we did not talk about slavery, or we did not, or where we did not talk about Rosa Parks or MLK. I mean, every single year we talked about these things. Every single year, from kindergarten upward. We talked about MLK, we talked about Rosa Parks, we talked about the civil rights movement, we talked about slavery, we talked about the Civil War. So would it be fair for me to say, well, America is evil because it did slavery? Well, no. It would be unfair of you to condemn the United States as if it's still doing slavery. So if Ukraine... I'll give you guys an example. Here's an example that just popped up in my head. In Mormon history, there was a guy by the name of John. His name was Wild Bill Hickman, right? That's what they called him, Wild Bill Hickman. And Wild Bill Hickman was an American serial killer who lived in the 1800s, and he was a virulent member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. For those of you who do not know, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the Mormon Church. I'm getting a little bit distracted by some of your guys' comments here. You say it's date night. My friend, go on a date. Don't come up on here commenting. If you are on a date, my friend, go on the damn date. This live stream is not for people who are going on dates. This live stream is for people who ain't got nothing to do on a Friday night, like yours truly. All right? If I was going to go on a date on a Friday, I would say peace out. I'm not going to be doing the live stream tonight. All right. Now imagine if I did these live streams on a Wednesday night. I mean, I don't know. That's maybe I should do it on Wednesdays. What do you guys think? Should I change the day from Friday to Wednesday? What do you guys think? I don't know. Maybe I should change the day. I don't really give a shit. But anyway, Mormons. So Wild Bill Hickman, he murdered people for the church. And Wild Bill Hickman, because he was a Mormon, he had like 9 wives or something. He had a lot of wives because Mormons used to do polygamy. I mean, there are Mormons who still do polygamy, but it's not considered it's not considered in the open to be acceptable. And the reason why I say in the open is because we all know that members of the Mormon Church will still do polygamy, but in secret. But Wild Bill Hickman had a lot of wives, and I think he had like 8 wives. And he had a lot of grandkids. I think he had like 35 grandkids, right? 35 grandkids. He had a lot of kids. And so the Hickman family became very, very big. But because he was a murderer and a serial killer at that, people who had his last name changed their last names. Why? Because they were so ashamed to be related to him. Where, you look at Ukraine and they have a street named after a Russian man, a Russian academic, and then they say, no, we want to change the name of the street from the name of this Russian guy to some guy named Kubuyovich. Kubuyovich was a Nazi, a Ukrainian Nazi by the last name of Kubuyovich. So what does that tell me about Ukraine? They're not saying we're so ashamed of Bandera. They're not saying we're so ashamed of Melnik. They're not saying we're so ashamed of Shuhavich. They're not saying that we're so ashamed of, people like Lebed. They're not saying we're ashamed of, what's his name? Mr. Slippy, who's a bishop in the Ukrainian church. They're not saying that we're ashamed of any of these people. Yosef Slippy, that was his name. He was a Ukrainian Catholic church leader who helped organize the SS Galatian, the Waffen SS Galatian. They're not saying we're ashamed of any of these people. They're not saying we're ashamed of Yevhen Konovalets, who was another OUN leader. They're saying we hate Russia so much that we don't like any street names named after Russians. And so here's a street named after a Russian, and we're going to change it to the name of Kubuyevich. Kubuyevich was a Nazi collaborator. So it's like if I go to a town and the town loves the KKK and they got streets named after KKK leaders, or let's say they have a street called MLK Street and they say we want to change the name of the street from MLK to some KKK leader. I don't know. You know what? I ain't living in that town. I'm not even going to visit that town. So, it tells me a lot. Somebody's going on a date. But, they managed, EAP123, if you are going on a date, you managed to write me before you went. Okay, so I really appreciate that. Thank you for letting everybody know. Hey, good wishes. Thank you, Peace Crusader. Hello, Rusty. I thought the OUN was the original UN. It's 108 degrees. Yeah, it's 100 plus degrees Fahrenheit. Hello, Goose Hunter. I don't know. But right now I'm working on this essay right now. It's on the occult in the Catholic Church. I've been working on it since last week. And very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. You read about how you have people in Catholic academia who are into the occult, and just a lot of people connected to the Vatican who are into the occult. It's pretty weird stuff. And you have priests who are into this sort of thing. Very, very bizarre stuff. Let's see here. What else can we... Let me show you guys some of the stuff that I found. Let me see here. Hello, Joshua George. Interesting stuff here. So, can you imagine that Ukrainian soldiers digging trenches in western Ukraine find the remains of World War II Wehrmacht soldiers and allow the German War Graves Commission to exhume and bury them? Yeah, but they don't allow the Poles to bury the victims of Ukrainian nationalism. That's the thing. And that really, really reveals what Ukraine is. It reveals the evil nature of Ukraine. Poland has been one of the biggest allies for Ukraine. Poland has absorbed more Ukrainian refugees than any other country. Poland has provided a tremendous amount of aid to the defense of Ukraine. And how does Ukraine repay Poland? Ukraine doesn't even allow for Poland to give a proper burial to those who were murdered by Ukrainian nationalists. And not only that, but they will pressure they will pressure Poland by saying, well, we're only going to give you the bodies of those killed by Ukrainian nationalists if you agree to put up a plaque in praise of the OUN. And it's like, no, we're not going to do that. And Poland put up a plaque in praise of Ukrainians who fought against the Soviets But the Ukrainians say no, they are adamant, saying, no, you have to present the heroes, you have to present the Ukrainians who fought the Soviet Union as members of the OUN. And Poland said, we're not going to do that because they murdered our people. Well, then we're not going to give you the bodies. What kind of bullshit is this? What kind of bullshit is this? But here's some interesting facts. Here are some interesting facts. Oh, EAP 123 has to go on his date. Everybody wish him luck. We wish you luck, buddy. Pope Pius XII. Pope Pius XII's cousin, Reverend Professor Dr. Gebhard Frey, was the co-founder of the Jung Institute. He was internationally known as a psychologist and a close collaborator of Raudive, one of the pioneers of the research. He was also president of the International Society of Catholic Parapsychologists. So parapsychology is basically just another form of the occult. Parapsychology is analyzing the paranormal. And there's a lot of weird stuff, there's a lot of weird kind of stuff behind this sort of thing. It's a little bizarre. You have paranormal. You have these people who are obsessed with the paranormal. And there is something about our human nature that gets us to be fixated on these things, because as humans, we are naturally attracted to mystery, right? We love mystery. We love a good mystery. This is why gossip is so popular. We love it when friends come over to our houses and say, hey, you know what happened to Bill? His wife turned into a lesbian and she left him. Oh, what? Are you serious? Oh my God, that's crazy. We love that kind of shit because, I don't know, it confirms our suspicions about a particular person, or makes us feel better about ourselves, or it just makes life more interesting, right? It makes life more interesting for there to be some kind of drama around us. And I think that this nature, it boils over into our fascination with the paranormal and our fixation with things that are otherworldly, or with things that go beyond our own natural physical realm. And the reason why this fascinates us so much, I think, is because it gets us. It's a way to escape the dreadfulness of reality, right? Because reality is dreadful. I mean, reality is depressing. It's boring. It's jejune. It is morbid. It is morbid. It is just dry and bland. We wake up, we go to work, we come back home, and it's like, well, what the hell is this? It's just very, very boring. And one day somebody comes over and says that they saw a ghost, and we say, oh my God, what is this? This is amazing. You really saw a ghost. Or we wake up one day and we see the television levitating up in the air, or we see a lampshade illuminating by itself, or a light switch goes on and off on its own, and we think, oh my God, what is this? So we naturally we have this inclination to be fascinated by these things because it's otherworldly, and maybe this is an abuse of our natural state of being not fully physical. Human beings aren't just physical. I think that we are compound beings. We are compounded, right? We're a mix between physical and spiritual. So we're part spirit, part human. And maybe the spirit side of us is like, ooh, that's where I belong, in the afterlife. But because of our flesh, we like to make the spiritual into something like a Hollywood horror movie. Regardless of all that, we humans, we have a propensity to be fascinated by these things, and this is evident in the reality or in the existence of horror movies. We love a good horror movie. We love, Paranormal Activity or The Conjuring or Insidious, Hereditary, all these horror films that have to do with the paranormal. I mean, we love this type of thing. So in the Catholic world, there is definitely this inclination amongst the laity and also amongst the hierarchy to be fixated on the supernatural, right? To be fixated on things that you would see in a horror movie. And there's a lot of hype, and I think there's a big market for this sort of thing. And that's why anytime, you go on YouTube and you see an exorcist doing an interview, you immediately click on it, right? You can't help but click on it. You want to hear what the exorcist has to say. And this is why Catholic YouTube channels will interview exorcists. I mean, the reason why Catholic YouTubers like Pints with Aquinas or whatever, the reason why they love to bring exorcists on it's not entirely because they want to actually educate people on the demonic realm. I think it's more so because they know they're going to get lots and lots of clicks. Because I think a lot of us, right? I know that at least a lot of us have seen the film The Exorcist, and so we think, oh my God, this can't be real. And then somebody comes out and says, I am an exorcist. I'm an exorcist ordained by the Catholic Church to do exorcisms. And we think, oh my God, I want to hear what this guy has to say. Tell us about how a demon-possessed person levitated up in the air. Tell us about how a demon-possessed person walked on walls. Tell us about how a demon-possessed person grabbed you by your priestly collar and lifted you up from the ground. Tell us about how a 109-pound woman was able to grab a 300-pound priest and just lift him up by his neck, and his feet were dangling up in the air from the floor because she was so strong, because she was given so much strength by the demon. Tell us about these stories, because we see the films and we want this stuff to be real, right? And why do we want this stuff to be real? And this is part of us being human, and I think that it's only natural for us to be fascinated by this stuff. But that unto itself could have dangers, right? Because it could make us curious, and we want to dabble into the demonic, and we get ourselves into trouble. But we want to hear these stories because it makes life more interesting, right? I mean, imagine if this life was just getting up, going to work, coming back home, getting up, going back to work, coming back home, only to wake up and do the same shit the next day, and having the only highlight of your week being you having a couple of days off and drinking a beer or two and maybe watching a movie. Life would be pretty morbid and depressing, but that is how life is for a lot of people. But then somebody comes along and says, well, actually, there is the supernatural, and there's things outside of the physical realm. And wow, that makes life more meaningful, makes life more purposeful. Now, here is my question, and this is just a question. Well, it's not just a question. I mean, I do think about these things. It's a question that stems from something that I have pondered on. And maybe there is a legitimate answer for this, but how come the Catholic Church doesn't film these exorcisms, right? Because I'll watch the Catholic YouTube channels interviewing these exorcists, and these exorcists are like, yeah, I a 109-pound woman grabbed me by the collar and was able to lift me up from the ground to where my feet were dangling in the air. Or, yeah, this woman walked on walls. Or, yeah, things were levitating. And it sounds just like what you would see in the movies, right? Like Deliver Us from Evil, or The Rite, or The Exorcist. And the question I have is, why don't they film them? Why don't they film these events? I mean, if I was a Catholic priest and I knew that it was about to turn Hollywood in a room and we were going to see things flying up in the air and beds levitating and people walking on walls like they're freaking Keanu Reeves, and we were about to see a priest get picked up off from the ground by a 100-pound lady because she got a demon in her, I'd film that shit. Well, you can't do that. I mean, why not? Film it. Film that shit. And I looked into this. I've searched this. I've searched why the church doesn't film these sessions, and the church says, well, it's because we want to protect the identities of the people who are being exorcised. Well, just blur their face. How hard is that? I mean, listen, there are videos of police officers arresting people, and those people's identities will get protected. And when those people's identities are supposed to be protected from the public identifying them, the police will just blur out the face. We see this all the time. I mean, watch any police body cam video. A lot of times, watch any of the police body cam YouTube channels. A lot of the times, people's faces are blurred out. People who are being arrested, people who are shot by the police, their identities get blurred out for whatever legal reasons. And the face is blurred. We see the video. We see, oh shit, that person just got shot. Damn. We're glad the cops are okay, or the police officer is okay. And we have no idea who the person getting shot is. We don't know who he is because the face has been blurred out. So the question I have is, well, you know, all these Catholic exorcists talking about all these horror stories, and they're just amazing stories. I mean, people, like I said, flying up in the air and, you know, Keanu Reeves stuff. Why don't they film it? I mean, I'd film that shit. I'd stick a freaking GoPro camera on me and film it. I want to see it. Film it. I want to see this shit filmed. And I just don't understand why they don't film it. Why? Maybe because it's bullshit. Maybe because they're lying. And I believe in the supernatural. I believe in the supernatural because I've heard enough stories and from people who wouldn't lie to believe that there is a supernatural. And the Bible talks about the supernatural. Yes, so Edwin Weber brings up a legitimate point. He says that true things can be blurred or faked nowadays, so maybe recording doesn't matter really. Well, you're always going to have doubters, right? You're always going to have people who come out and say, well, this is fake and this is Hollywood. Listen, there's a video of Ukrainian nationalists literally burying a man alive. Okay, the video is from 2017. They're burying the man alive. It's obviously very real. And you still have Ukrainian apologists or NATO apologists come out and say, oh, the video is fake. Well, how do you know the video is fake? Well, because we just think it's fake because Russians talked about it, so it must be fake, right? But you watch the video, and it's like, no, this is real. You can see the man being thrown into the pit. They're putting dirt on his face, and they just keep pouring that dirt on top of him until his entire body is underneath the ground, and he's dead. It's like, that's real. But you have people who doubt. You're always going to have doubters, right? Because they don't want to believe it. They don't want that to be real. They want Ukraine to be the perpetual victim. They want Russia to be the perpetual villain. So they don't want that to be real. But you know what? To hell with those people. Who cares, right? We're not talking about the people who just doubt all the time and they're just constantly being skeptics, right? People who are skeptic about everything actually aren't skeptics, to be honest with you. Because if you're skeptical about everything and you reject everything, well, you're just the opposite extreme of somebody who just accepts everything, right? You're just like the guy who accepts everything and is never skeptical and never critical and never never questions anything. But you're just like that guy, but with the opposite energy, right? And so you're just questioning everything, and in a way, you're not really a skeptic because you are just committed to the narrative of just denying everything. So you're committed to that narrative. If you deny truth, that doesn't make you an intelligent skeptic. That just makes you a tight ass and a stubborn idiot. So I don't pay attention to those people. My focus is on the people who are logical enough or who are fair enough to see evidence and say, wow, that is pretty crazy. Now, there is a video, there is an audio recording from the, I want to say, 1980s, 1970s, from Germany or from Austria, one of those Germanic countries, of a woman being exorcised. She was a Catholic woman who, according to the story, got possessed. And these two, I don't know if they were Austrian, German, they're all the same to me. These Germanic priests, she's being exorcised by these two Germanic priests. And they did an audio recording of it. Now, audio recording, when was it recorded? Let me see here. Audio recording of Exorcism. It was from, Annalisa Mitchell. That was her name, Annalisa Mitchell. And I think the story of Emily Rose, the movie, The Exorcism of Emily Rose, was based off of this girl's story. So Annalisa, she was German. So we got to the bottom of that, German, right? Because I'm thinking German, Austrian, and people will say, oh, she's not German, she's Austrian. Like, okay, whatever, buddy. Like Canadian American, like there's not much of a difference. Annalisa Mitchell, Anna Elizabeth Annalisa Mitchell. That's her full name. She was exorcised. And there is an audio recording that allegedly plays the recording of this girl being exorcised. And you hear her voice. I mean, you hear that voice, and the voice sounds just like something out of a Hollywood film. And this was in 1970-something. What was it? Let me see. 1970. So this is late 1975 into 1976. That's how long this exorcism lasted. Let me see. Hold on. So there were 67 exorcism sessions, 1 or 2 each week, lasting up to 4 hours each. And these were performed over approximately 10 months into 1975 and 1976. And when you listen to the recording, I mean, this is in 1976. I don't think these priests were able to make the sounds that this recording produced. It sounded very creepy. And you can hear this girl is saying, I'm the one who possessed Cain when he murdered Abel. I did this and I did that. But the voice, let me see if I can find it. I mean, it sounds so creepy. Have you guys ever heard this? It sounds very creepy. And I think she was speaking different languages. It's very bizarre, And the thing about... Let me see here. Hold on. Dang it. With this internet access of mine. What are you guys writing? Yeah, there are ways to tell if a video has been edited or faked. Don't believe what you see. Believe what I tell you to see. Right. Crusader, Peace Crusader, you need to be an expert to tell if a movie is fake or isn't. Ordinary people see what they see, and that's it. The word expert was thrown around a lot over the past 3 years. Yeah, I know. That's why you rely on video production experts to determine validity. Fair point, but at some point you have to believe at least some experts. Otherwise, you can never believe anything. Experts. So no one ever heard of this video. Okay. We got 18 people watching. Wow, that's good. That's awesome. So when you listen to, so let's hear this voice. Let's see if I can find it. I don't want to hear, I hate when I'm searching for something and every video is like some guy saying, with the non-copyright horror music, bing, 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 bing. Have you guys ever heard of, I don't want to hear your voice, dude. I'm smart enough to know what I'm seeing. I don't need you to tell me what I'm seeing. It's like when I'm watching a police video and some narrator is narrating everything in the police body cam video. It's like, as you can see here, Officer so-and-so shooting Jamarius Willis Johnson. It's like, I can see him shooting the guy. I don't need you to tell me what's going on. I know, I see, he's pointing the gun. I can hear the gunshots. The gun is moving with the recoil. I get it. I have a brain. I have a modicum of capability to see what's happening. It's like, let me narrate everything. And the reason why they narrate everything, I think, is so that they can say that the video is transformative and make some YouTube money out of it. That's my guess. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know if I want to play it for you guys. It's just weird. But you can watch it on YouTube. Experts can be corrupted to tell you that their client want to achieve by so. Yeah, listen. You're always going to find people who are going to deny everything. You're going to have people who say this is wrong. I don't care about that. My point is, if you have seen people levitating up in the air, which is something like if you see people levitating up in the air, get that shit on film. This is like if I went to a monastery in the mountains of Europe somewhere, and I knew that they were like sacrificing a black goat, and I saw them sacrificing a black goat in the middle of a pentagram drawn on the floor, and there was candles surrounding it, you best damn well believe I will pull out my phone and film that shit. Even if it means me having to hide behind some trees. I'm going to film that shit. And I'm going to say this shit is real. Now, you will definitely have, if I upload it onto YouTube, you would definitely have all the Vaticanists coming along saying Theodore must have faked this one up. Maybe these were actors. Maybe these people got together and decided to make a joke, and these are just pranksters dressing up as nuns and priests and monks, and they're killing a goat for the YouTube likes. You're going to have people making that argument. And you know what? I would say, to hell with you guys. This shit is absolutely real. I never made up any of this shit. And let people make their own decision. But at least the video is there. And at least it's real. People are gonna doubt everything. Yes, exactly. A real life example. Alex Jones's Bohemian Grove expose. That shit was real. That shit ain't a lie. He went in there in California and he saw some people burning an effigy worshiping some giant owl. That's pretty damn creepy. And that reveals how demonic the Republican Party is. And maybe that's why a lot of Republicans didn't like Trump. Maybe because Trump wasn't a member of the cult. I don't know. But I'm sure you could find people who would say that's all fake, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how the hell Alex Jones could have faked up gathering all these people in front of a giant owl statue. But I'm sure you could find people saying maybe it was made up. I don't know. But you're always going to have doubters. Who cares about those people? It's like if you were to make a really good product, right? A really solid product. Let's say you made, let me think. Let's say you invented a really good water hose. And you say this water hose never kinks, very strong fabric, doesn't rip, doesn't leak, and it's going to last for years. And you put it out in the market, and a lot of people try, and a lot of people are like, wow, this hose actually does work really well. Wow, this hose actually is pretty heavy duty. And the hose has like 6,000 reviews on Amazon. And it's a 4.5 out of 5 stars. 4.5 out of 5 stars. That's the overall review of the product. And the majority of people, the great majority of the people doing the reviews say, excellent product, excellent product, excellent product. You're always going to have that one person who leaves a 1-star review, right? And those people are the reason why that the product is 4.5 stars as opposed to 5 stars. You're always going to have critics. You're always going to have people who doubt you. You're always going to have people who deny everything. They're just dismissive of everything. They are people who say that there is no God. And I can guarantee you, if they saw Jesus Christ descend from heaven and land in the Mount of Olives, and the Mount of Olives broke in half, they would say some Israeli guy threw some dynamite and split the rock in half. I mean, they would make these arguments because they just don't want to believe it, right? They don't want to believe what they're seeing, because what they don't want to believe is what they hate. They hate what they don't want to believe. So I think the priests should just film the exorcisms so we can all just watch it. Because you know what? If the Vatican came out and said, we filmed an exorcism, here it is. You guys don't believe us? Here's the tape. Here's the video. Watch this. Watch it. And I'll watch it. I'll be like, you know what? I believe it. I believe it. Because, I've heard stories from people that I trust. I've heard stories from people from people that I trust, and in which they're telling me about supernatural stuff that they have seen. Like, for example, I have an uncle. All right, I have an uncle who was a drug addict, and he went to rehabilitation. He went to a rehab center, and he told me that when he was in the rehab center, he had to share a room with like four other guys. And one of the guys, he told me, one of the guys was on the floor with I think his arms were crossed like an Egyptian pharaoh. And he says the man literally was levitating up in the air. The body was levitating up in the air. Levitating up in the air. He said everyone in the room was freaking out, including himself. He told me, he said, I started praying because I was so terrified. And he said that some personnel from the facility went into the room, and they saw this guy levitating up in the air, and they tried to push the body down, and they couldn't push the body down. The guy's body was in the air, and it was solidly in the air. They couldn't pin his body to the floor. They couldn't, because it was a supernatural force. And eventually it ended. But my uncle swears by this. So it's like he literally, and my uncle's not a guy who's like on YouTube. He's not going onto YouTube telling people the story. He's not going around the world telling people the story. He's not writing a book on it or anything like that. This is just a personal story that he has told us. And he told my family many years ago this story. And he's completely obscure. He just has a regular job, and that's it. And it's like, you know what? This person has no reason to lie. He's not gaining anything out of it. I believe him. I completely believe the story. So, yeah, people will always deny everything. You're always going to have people who deny everything, you know. But I'm just saying, if you're gonna do an exorcism and some crazy shit's about to manifest, film that shit. I want to see it. I'm not saying it's false. Maybe some of it is exaggeration. Maybe some of it is lying. I don't know. But I would like to see it. Just like the Bohemian Grove, just like police body cam videos. And I've seen some weird stuff in police body cam videos. Some of those police body cam videos are like little horror movies. They need to one day do a found footage movie where the entire film is from the perspective of police body cams. That would be a masterpiece of a movie. Now, they did a film like that years ago. It had Jake Gyllenhaal in it. I forgot the name of the film. But there's a movie with Jake Gyllenhaal. What's the name of the movie? Jake Gyllenhaal. Oh, it's a great film. It's one of the best films I've ever seen. It's one of my favorite films. End of Watch. It's one of my favorite films, and I forgot the name of it. End of Watch came out in 2012. The entire film is from the perspective of police body cams and dash cams, and it's basically a found footage film. Now, it's not classified as a horror movie, although it kind of is from the things that you see in the film, from the things that are depicted in the movie. But they need to make a found footage horror film where you have like paranormal stuff happening, but it's all through the perspective of police officers. That would be crazy. Now, I did see one video. Let me see if I can play this video for you. This is a crazy video. Take conspiracies. Some say conspiracy theories don't exist. The funny thing is all of them agree that people cheat at simple card games, but do not cheat in other things where stakes are... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hello, Pedro Petrovic. Cheers, cheers. Zdravo, zdravo. It's like Richard Dawkins saying, if I saw God appear before me and destroy and recreate the heavens right before my eyes, I still wouldn't believe it. I still wouldn't believe it could be an illusion of aliens. Yeah, absolutely. For example, you have people who like deny... you have people who deny evidence, right? That's from film footage. They'll say, well, anybody could have doctored that up, or, this could have been photoshopped and blah, blah, blah. Like, you're always going to have critics. You're always going to have people who don't believe it. Like the Shroud of Turin. If you look at the Shroud of Turin, I mean, it's just so obvious that this is not normal. If you look at the Shroud of Turin, they say that the print on the shroud is so sophisticated that it would require some kind of a flash to print this man's face on the fabric, on the shroud itself. This wasn't done by a painter, or this wasn't drawn out or anything like that. This was something that was imprinted on the shroud through an incredible flash of light. And they say that this light would have been something similar to what you would see coming out of like a fax machine or a copying machine, but that didn't exist in ancient times. So yeah, the film Wreck, is that a good movie? I heard a lot of good things about it. Theo, they never show you proof of the exorcism. Also, Theo, I have audio recordings of exorcism, but I'm not going to show you. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if I want to show you guys because I don't know. Maybe I will. It's on YouTube. Maybe I'll play in a little bit here. I know how video production works, and visual effects have become insanely good. But a person with common sense, healthy skepticism, and some basic knowledge, aka research, can reach a conclusion. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Hello, hello. Let's see here. So I've seen some crazy stuff. Like I saw one video. Let me see if I can find it. I saw this one police video where some guy in Utah was shot like 4 times and still manages to get up. He gets shot like twice or one time. He falls to the ground. Then he gets up again. And it's like the guy just wouldn't die. It was somewhere in Utah. Let me see if I can find it. This was from... Yeah, here it is from 4 months ago. Guys, you need to see this. This is some demonic stuff. This is from police body cam. Oh, man. Let's see here. What is wrong with this internet? Hold on a second, guys. Oh, here's the video. So check this out. Yeah, the Christchurch shooting, and that was blatantly real. That was one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen, guys. It was such a nightmare. Christchurch massacre. I mean, I remember watching it and thinking that movie. I'm getting confused here. Sorry, my brain is glitching because people are talking about films in the chat, and I'm talking about a film that is real. When you watch the video recording from the Christchurch massacre, it's at least for me, it really changed my mind. It really affected me, is what I'm trying to say. It disturbed me greatly. I don't care if somebody is Muslim. I don't care what religion somebody is. Massacring people like that and laughing about it, it's horrifying. It's just so inhumane, guys. It's so contrary to our humanity. It's so contrary to the way that God designed us, and God designed us to have compassion. When you see a Muslim woman on the floor and she's screaming for mercy and she's screaming for someone to help her, and this guy just executes her in plain public sight, that is horrifying. It's just absolutely horrifying, guys. Anyway, let's see here. Check this video out. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it here. Here it is. Check this video out, guys. How do I get the screen to not be like so big like this? Okay. Let's get it a little bit smaller. That should be good. All right, that should be good. All right, here we go. Check this out, guys. This is crazy. The Christchurch guy had ties with people in Azov? Really? I did not know that. That's crazy. That is crazy. But Azov now, they're heroes now, everybody. They're fighting against the big mean Russians, the Russian meanies. I recommend the 1998 film The Last Broadcast, told as a pseudo-documentary. So I watched The Last Broadcast, and I found it... You see, The Last Broadcast came out in, like you said, late 1990s, but it came out before the Blair Witch Project. So people say that the Blair Witch Project wasn't the first found footage horror. It was actually The Last Broadcast. And I wondered why The Last Broadcast did not get the attention that the Blair Witch Project got until I actually watched The Last Broadcast. And that film was boring. I'm not going to lie. And no offense to you, but it's a boring movie. I watched it, and because I thought, well, you know, this was like the first found footage movie, supposedly the first found footage horror film, and it didn't get any attention. And I was like, I wonder why. And then I stopped wondering when I was in the middle of watching the film. I'm like, I can see why nobody cared for this movie, because it's very mundane. Blair Witch Project, you know, just had a lot of tension, and even though nothing really is shown, right? Nothing is really explicitly shown in the Blair Witch Project. When you watch the Blair Witch Project, it does a good job in building up tension, especially in that time period, you know, late 1990s. People weren't used to this sort of stuff, so it horrified people. People were not used to this style of filmmaking. So nowadays, you know, if you were to play the Blair Witch Project today, I mean, nobody would really care, because it's like, we've seen that a million times. 40 Democrats, including Ro Khanna and Sheila Jackson Lee, wrote a long letter condemning Trump for not stopping the far-right Nazi Azov battalion of Ukraine right after the Christchurch. Yeah, and the U.S. government actually designated Azov to be a terrorist organization, and put a prohibition on any sort of policy giving weapons to Azov. So now it's all that is just flipped upside down, and nobody cares about. You know, no one ever thinks twice about helping Azov, right? Because they're officially now part of the Ukrainian military. But even after their supposed reform, right? Because the Azov battalion got reformed all of a sudden. Well, even after their supposed reform, they were still Nazis, and they still are. The U.S. okay with aiding a terrorist organization to fight the Russians? Yeah, nothing new, exactly. Yeah, Mujahideen all over again. So anyway, let's. I'm gonna watch this video with you guys here, and yeah, you let me know what you guys think, because this is pretty crazy. Check this video out, guys.
Hey, Dylan! Dylan!
Now, right here, right, you think nothing's happening. But if this were a movie, this would be tension-building stuff, right? This is tension-building material. Knowing this is a police body cam video, knowing that some shit's about to go down, watching this footage at night, the only light that you see is coming from the front of the car. It's coming from the street lights. The light is splattered. It's very dark outside. Like, the door is open. The noise of the street is very atmospheric. Like, this is perfect horror movie material. I don't know why they haven't done found footage horror film just based off of police body cams. Okay.
Go ahead. 4 minutes, clear. Check.
So he's driving. He's driving.
Hey, Dylan, let me see your hands, man.
So there's Dylan.
Let me see your hands.
There's Dylan.
Hands! 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 Let me see your hands!
So he
Show me your
shoots
hands!
him, dude, and he's still standing. And look at that growl that he did before he gets shot. Check this out.
Hands!
Hold on.
Dylan, let me see your hands! Hands!
Dude, he's good growling. Like, this isn't human. This is not human.
Hands!
He shoots
Hands!
him. The dude is still walking around.
Let me see your hands! Show me your hands!
So he finally drops him, right? So he drops to the ground, right? You think it's over, right? You think the nightmare's over?
Tonight's time, shots fired! Shots fired! Let me see your hands! Roll over!
Come on, man.
Let me roll over on your belly. Keep your arms out.
So you,
297, shots
you
fired.
think it's over?
Stay on the ground. Stay on the ground. I will shoot. Stay on the ground. Hey, stay on the ground.
Dude, this dude getting back up. It's crazy, man. Crazy the types of stuff that cops see. And I'm not sure if this is a thug. This guy is just like a psychopath. I don't think he's a white guy in the middle of Utah. I mean, I don't think he's a member of a gang. He's a part of, I don't know what he's a part of, but he's some kind of a psychopath, this guy, or some kind of a lunatic. This dude getting back up.
Hey, stay on the ground.
Walking like a zombie. I mean, look at the way he walks.
Stay on the ground.
Shoots him again. So he gets in the car, right, to radio the other officers. You think it's over, right? Like this is like he's done with, right? He's got like 4 bullets in him.
297, shots fired. Shots fired.
Oh wait, hold on. What is this?
We're gonna be at 11640 South.
Oh, this is from the dash cam.
Hey, Dylan, let me see your hands, man. Dylan, let me see your hands. Hands! Hands!
Dude, this is like a scene out of like Resident Evil. The way the camera cuts like that, it's like when the camera angles change in Resident Evil, the original Resident Evil.
Dylan, let me see your hands.
Straight up zombie.
Hands!
Look at that.
Hands! Hands! Let me see your hands.
He's still
Show me
got
your
he's got
hands!
bullets in him.
Tonight's time, shots fired. Shots fired. Let me see your hands.
Look at this. Check this
Stay
out.
on the ground. Stay on the ground. I will shoot. Stay on the ground. Hey, stay on the ground. Hey, stay on the ground.
Just look at him. He gets back up, dude. It's like he's got the T virus. It's like this guy's got the T virus. I mean, he just keeps getting up. Doesn't care.
Stay on the ground.
And yes, this guy did die. He didn't make it. Thankfully. One less zombie around. 50 caliber Desert Eagle. Edward Weber, Robert Leslie. Did all of his shots hit? I think most of them did, yeah. At least most of them did. There was another one I saw that was kind of like this. Let me see if I can find it here. This is a great channel, by the way, if you want police body cam videos. There was one here. I think it was in Austin, Texas. Let's see here. Where is it? It was in a street somewhere. I think this is the one.
Drop the knife!
So this dude's got a knife. This is in Austin. What's the video called? If you go on Police Activity YouTube channel and type in Utah, if you scroll down, you'll see it. It doesn't take long.
Drop the knife, work alarm. I'm gonna grab my whistle. Here, you ain't set up for
Okay, fast forward this. Hold on. I think this guy has the whole Constitution tattooed on his arm.
No.
Oh, here he is. This dude, this Mexican guy. This is what Trump was warning us about. So they hit him with like these pepper ball. I think it was like, I'm not sure if it was beanbag, if it was with a beanbag gun or pepper balls. I'm not sure. Dude.
Watch out.
They stick him full of lead, right? He's on the ground, right? Check this out. I think this guy's got the whole Declaration of Independence on his forearm, actually. That has to be the Declaration of Independence. We the people sort of thing.
Get over. Shots fired. One down. Stay GMS. 212 shots taken, subject down. Cannon, come back here. Stay down. Tell him to roll over. All right, roll over. Everyone stay on the same line. Stay on the same line. Roll over. Beat up that piece ahora. Get up there, piso.
Dude, this guy gets back up.
Stay down.
He hits him with the, I'm not sure if this is a pepper ball or beanbag gun, I'm not sure. But it's less lethal, right?
Hey there.
He hits him with an arrow less lethal. This guy hits him with the bullets.
That's where you clear on that traffic. Come on. Okay, come on this side so we're not close. Hey, come on this side! Let me see your hands! Second shot taken. Come on. Start EMS. That head wound.
Let's see the,
It's over there. Okay. No knife.
let's see the different perspective
I'm
here.
transitioning.
Pretty certain this guy dies. Anyway, there's another one that I saw that came out yesterday, actually. This was crazy. Let me see if I can find it. This one was freaking insane, guys. Check this one out. This was a Muslim terrorist, some Syrian dude in North freaking Dakota, of all places. Opens fire on police officers with an AK-47. He shoots 3 officers. Now, this was not a big story in the news. This happened, I think, a month ago, but the body cam footage got released yesterday. And this isn't a big story, right? Some criminal, oh, I can't breathe, oh, I can't breathe. That makes international headlines. 3 officers getting shot down by a Muslim terrorist. I'm assuming he's a Muslim terrorist because his name is Mohammed Barakat and he's from Syria. But 3 police officers getting mowed down by some Syrian terrorist, and one of them not making it is not a major story. Not a major story. Let's watch this. So you think, okay, there was a minor car accident here. You think, okay, it's all just, procedure, nothing unusual here. This is police work, police business as usual. There's a fire truck there. Traffic is normal. It looks like a place that you would see a school at. You'll see people dropping off their kids, sort of thing. Like you would never suspect that something very horrific is about to happen, but it does.
Notice.
So you can see the 3 police officers here, and there's a woman here, and there's the AK-47. And it's pretty horrific, guys. Let's hear that again. I mean, this is the sound of horror, right? This is pretty scary. You hear that AK-47. I mean, it is a loud gun, and it is going off. And those 3 officers, all 3 of those guys got shot. One of them did not make it. It saddens me greatly to say it. One of them died. One of them was murdered by this terrorist. And this happened in North Dakota. You would never expect this sort of thing to happen in North Dakota, right? I mean, anytime you hear about some Middle Eastern guy shooting at people, it's in California, or it's in the East Coast, or it's in Texas, somewhere within those regions. But you don't hear about something like this happening in North Dakota, and it's shocking. It's really shocking.
Central, we got shots fired. Central, we got shots fired.
And there he is. So you'll see him. You'll see the terrorist from the distance, standing next to the vehicle, and this police officer manages to get a pretty good shot on him from that distance.
Central, we got a man with an AK-47. He's shooting at us. We're at.
And you can hear the AK-47 continuing on. And this cop's just taking this dude out. I mean, it's so crazy to me. It is so crazy to me that we have like an entire movement. It's an entire movement in the United States just dedicated to hating cops. It's just dedicating, like, hating cops, calling them pigs, saying they're bastards. It's just sickening. And here is a crazy Syrian guy shooting people down with an AK-47. Shoots. There was a woman there. You'll see her earlier in the video. You'll see her. She's standing adjacent to the police officers. She also got shot. She survived, thankfully, but she also got shot. And this one police officer, Officer Robinson, is the only one there. He's the only one on that thin blue line. And he's in a gun battle with this lunatic. Let's watch some more of this.
Central, shots fired, shots fired. We got 3 officers down. 3 officers down.
And you can see the 3 officers down here. And there's 1 officer, and the other 2 are over here.
Send everybody.
And this terrorist is still alive, by the way. Actually. And there he is, this piece of shit.
Stop moving! Stop!
And he's still alive, this bastard.
Moving! Put your hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up!
He's still got his arm on the AK-47.
Fargo 534, 3 officers down.
And this guy just doesn't die. I mean, he's getting bullets here. He's just not dying.
Drop the gun! 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 Drop the gun!
And he finishes him off. And it's obvious this officer just wanted to kill this guy. I mean, this cop saw his brothers getting shot down and said, I'm going to kill this guy. Even though, because this guy's on the floor, he's flat on the ground, he's got bullets in him, and this cop's like, this dude's going to die. This guy's going to die. This is a crazy video, but America is a crazy-ass country. You know, things like this happen. Every year, every month, we hear about some crazy shit happening in this country. This is how mad it was in Northern Ireland during the Troubles. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, the IRA and all that shit. Even though I haven't really studied it in any sort of in-depth manner. But R, your name is R, right? You're not Agent R. You're not Agent R from GoldenEye, are you? Or World's Not Enough. Are you Irish, R? Do you live in Ireland or Northern Ireland? I'm interested to know. I'm curious. Oh, yes. The police are evil, everybody. White people are evil. Cops are evil. Crazy-ass country. America is an insane country, guys. It's an insane country that is filled with mentally ill people, filled with family dysfunction, and there's just a lot of mental illness here. A lot of mental illness. Now, this Syrian guy, he came to the U.S. in 2012. He was surveilled, albeit by a very limited extent, but nonetheless, he was surveilled by the FBI. The FBI did have him in a database. They knew that he was potentially dangerous. The interesting thing about this guy, his name was Mohammed Barakat. The interesting thing about Mohammed Barakat is that he came to the U.S. from Syria in 2012. He had no social media presence, because usually when you hear about a mass shooter or when you hear about a terrorist, they always have some kind of social media presence, right? They're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, they're on YouTube. They're doing something, right? They're doing something that allows people to see them in some way online. They're doing something in the public. For example, there was the Jordanian guy back in, I think this was back in 2016, 15. There was a Jordanian guy in, was it Tennessee? It was in Nashville, I believe. Was it in Tennessee? I think it was in Tennessee. Memphis, I think. Chattanooga. Mohammed Yusuf Abdulaziz. He murdered 4 Marines in Chattanooga. I'm sorry, my geography is really bad. Chattanooga is... This internet access is so freaking stupid. God, I hate this internet here. Chattanooga, Tennessee. Okay, I'm thinking Chattanooga. Is that in Alabama or is that in Tennessee? I get them confused. But yeah, Mohammed Yusuf Abdulaziz was a Kuwaiti-born, sorry, I said Jordanian, Kuwaiti guy in the United States, and he murdered 4 Marines at a recruitment center in Chattanooga. And he had some kind of presence, right? He was a cage fighter. Like, people knew who he was. Some people knew who he was, at least. So with this guy, though, this Syrian guy, Mohammed Barakat, there was no social media presence. I mean, he didn't want any of the social media attention. He didn't go online saying, Allahu Akbar, I want to kill me some infidels. Like, there was none of that went on, right? So no one expected this. because usually when you have a shooter, they'll leave some kind of mark. They'll leave some kind of sign that they're going to do something bad. They're going to say, yeah, who wants to die tonight, or something like that. This guy didn't leave anything on social media because he was not on social media at all. This guy, I don't know. I'm not sure if they even expected this to happen. The thing is also that he was in North Dakota. He was actually planning on doing a mass shooting in some local fairs. So in North Dakota, they have these festivals and people get together and, I don't know, eat hot dogs and stuff. And he was going to go to one of these fairs and just mow down a bunch of people. That was his plan, but I guess he saw the officers at the site of an accident and he thought, this is my opportunity, and he opened fire on the officers. If I had to guess, this was jihad. That's what I would guess. But again, at least they're not telling us that he made some sort of jihadist expression, right? He could have, but it's not publicly known. He could have said, I want to go kill me some Americans. I want to go kill me some infidels. He could have said that, but we don't know because they're not telling the public. The motive is not being explicitly told to the people. Now, it's possible that he is a Syrian guy who is angry at America for destroying Syria or something like that. And he's a pro-Bashar al-Assad guy. That's also a possibility. If I had to guess, this was jihad. That's what I would have to guess. I would have to guess that this was a jihadist attack, and that's it. Yes, live in Northern Ireland. Grew up during the last of the Troubles in the late 80s and early 90s. Father was a police officer. Oh, wow. Are you Catholic? Are you like? Was your family on the Protestant side or the Catholic side? They also say that according to Muhammad Barakat's search history, he was obsessed with mass shootings. He researched mass shootings. He researched mass shooters. So could be a combination of both jihadism and a demonic obsession with death. I saw death, accidental death directly, and it changes you. Yeah, absolutely. Andreas Lopez says you have 3 demented movements in the USA: the anti-police movement, the abolition of the death penalty, and the retributive justice movement. How is retributive justice demented? I don't get it. Retributive justice is like punishment for the sake of punishment. I don't see why that's bad. Retributive justice simply says that it would be unjust to... Hold on. Wait. So retributive justice simply says that the punishment must be proportional to the crime. It's not necessarily a bad thing. So, for example, justice... I would say there's 2 schools of thought when it comes to justice. There are people who hold to utilitarian justice, and then there are people who hold to retributive justice. So utilitarian justice is, there is no justice in utilitarianism, because utilitarianism simply focuses on what is useful. So killing a criminal who has done an egregious crime, regardless of how egregious the crime is not necessary because you could just put him behind bars, and the utility of that would be that he is no longer a threat to the society because he is behind bars. But you have retributive justice, which says this person has done a horrific crime, and the punishment of simply putting him in simply putting him in a prison cell is not proportional to the gravity of the crime that he committed, and so he must be put to death. And that's my position, more or less. Protestant side, my father rarely talks about the crap he saw. Damn. Man. Would he ever talk to the public about what he experienced as a police officer? That would be interesting. If I would love to speak to your father about that. If you could ask him, I don't know. He probably will say no, but nonetheless, I would love to speak to someone who was a police officer in Northern Ireland during the time of the Troubles. That would be a fascinating conversation, a very fascinating conversation. Woo! Yeah. What is there to talk about, guys? What is there to talk about at the end of the day? What is there to talk about? How many people are listening to this live stream of mine? 17 people. Wow. Not bad at all. Probably not, as he's very private. Okay, no worries. I would love to talk to somebody who went through that time, just to get that perspective. Usually I'm hearing the Catholic perspective on things when it comes to Northern Ireland. But from what I understand, the IRA were definitely terrorists who murdered civilians. It says, let's have some fun. Yeah. But we're not having fun, are we? We're talking about dark and dreadful things, so maybe I should change the title. If you are a man of faith, any human being, death changes your life, even if you are a soldier. Absolutely, I would say so. I would say so, yeah. You know what I heard is that in the Civil War, a lot of people would aim at their enemy and would purposefully miss the target. I've heard this because they did not want to kill. This was in the Civil War. That's what I heard. In the Civil War, they aimed the guns. They would pull the trigger, but they would purposefully miss because they didn't want to take a life. It's because the victims of violence and theft appeal for the evildoers not to be punished. Yeah. And that is a problem. I agree. It's sounds like battered wife syndrome. Sounds like battered wife syndrome. I never understood that. I don't agree with this. Like, let the victim choose the punishment. Sometimes victims are manipulated. For example, you see this a lot with domestic abuse, where you have a husband who just beats the woman near to death, and the woman says, well, I don't want to press charges, and I think they've changed a lot of that. They think they've changed that, but I remember at one point in time you would hear stories of people just women not wanting to press charges on their boyfriend or husband or whoever. And I think they got rid of that option. Now they just say, no, this person's going to be punished, and that's it. We started a Protestant-Catholic argument. No Catholic in Northern Ireland liked the police during the Troubles. Have you read On Killing? I've heard of the book. Yeah, and you're right. It does say that. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that's where I heard it from. I heard it from somebody who read the book. I had never really read the book. Talking about dark and morbid stuff is the new fun. I mean, it's the end times, is it not? Yeah, I might as well just accept it. Apparently, a huge number of soldiers in every war shoot in the air instead of at the enemy because the basic human instinct not to kill. Interesting. Scum sectarian police colluded with loyalist death squads and attended the same lodges. I think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, right? Usually that's how it is with these cases. You have police officers who were just doing their jobs, and they got killed by some IRA guy. The irony is the person who died was my best friend's girlfriend, whose dad killed Muslims in the name of Christianity. She died by a Christian stone grave, smashed her head. When you go through somewhat hiring like that, you cannot be an atheist. She died by a Christian stone grave? What happened exactly? I'm trying to understand. A tombstone fell on top of her, or what happened exactly? I'm trying to understand it. Her head got the grave fell on top of her head, or I don't get it. So let's go back to this Catholic stuff. Reverend Professor Dr. Gerhard Frey was a cousin of Pope Pius XII. He was also president of the International Society of Catholic Parapsychologists. This statement of his is known. Everything I have read and heard compels me to believe that the voices come from transcendental and individual entities. Like it or not, I have no right to doubt the authenticity of the rumors. So they were into this paranormal stuff. A lot of Catholics have gone into this paranormal stuff. Dr. Professor Gebhard Frey died on October 27th, 1967. In November 1967, a voice appeared in numerous recordings who identified himself as Gebhard Frey. The voice was recognized by Professor Peter... Oh man, what kind of name is this? Hohenwarter of the University of Vienna and attributed to Dr. Frey. Pope Paul VI was aware of the work on metaphony. So metaphony is basically another way of saying parapsychology, which is something that is fixated on the paranormal. Was aware of the work on metaphony made as early as 1959 by his close friend, the Swedish film producer Fredrik Jurgensen, etc., etc. The Vatican also gave its priests permission to investigate the phenomena of voices. Father Leo Schmid, a Swiss theologian, collected more than 10,000 of them in his book Quando I morti parlano, When the Dead Speak, a book that was published in 1976. Another researcher who had the approval of the Vatican was Father Andreas Resch, who, in addition to conducting experiments himself, held courses in parapsychology at the Vatican's priestly school in Rome. Now check this one out. Father Gino Concetti, who was one of the Vatican's most reputable theologians, said in an interview, quote, "According to the modern catechism, God allows our deceased loved ones who live in an ultra-terrestrial dimension to send messages to guide us in certain moments, difficult moments in our lives. The Church has decided to no longer prohibit dialogue with the dead, provided that these contacts are motivated by serious religious and scientific purposes." So the Vatican is not really serious on prohibiting spiritism, like prohibiting contacting the dead. This is something that is within Catholic circles, and it really goes to show that there is occultism in the Catholic world, and a lot of this, and this goes back to what I was saying. I delved off into a different topic, but this goes back to what I was saying about this fixation with the paranormal, right? This fixation on the paranormal is not healthy, even though it can be very fascinating. But this fixation on the paranormal can lead people to a dangerous curiosity, which actually wants to make contact with the dead. And when you start making contact with the dead, you start making contact with the diabolical. And that is the temptation, right? I mean, the devil tempts us in different ways. And I think one of the temptations is to get us curious, to want to contact the dead. And this was the subject of one of my last videos. You know, paganism. Where did paganism begin? Or not where, but how did it begin, right? Paganism probably began somewhere in the Middle East, if I had to guess. But how did it begin? And the Bible tells us, it's in the Book of Wisdom. The Book of Wisdom tells us about how, the Book of Wisdom tells us the origins of paganism. And what it tells us is that there was a man whose son died, and he was so distressed by this that he wanted to communicate with the soul of his son, the spirit of his deceased son. So he made contact. He began to contact this son, and he made a little idol of his son. And other people took note of this, and they got curious about it, and so they started emulating what this guy did, and they started making idols of the dead. And kings took a note of this, and the king said, well, this is great. I want people to make little statues of me. And so these kings began to hire the best sculptors to make images of them, to make royal images of them, and thus you had the birth of the imperial cult. And this is where you get pharaoh worship, or emperor worship, king worship, and there were idols that were built of dead kings. And this is the reason why a lot of the gods of the ancient pagan world were just dead kings. Osiris was an example of this. So this is how paganism got birth. So when you start getting into contacting the dead, this is the beginning of returning back to paganism. Now, paganism used to dominate the world. I mean, paganism was the dominating religion for most of the world, and really for most of the world's history, paganism has been dominant. But Christianity comes along, replaces paganism for the most part, unless you go to India or China or India, China, Japan. But for much of the world, paganism lost to Christianity. And Christianity has become the nominal religion, or the established religion, or the mainstream religion, depending on where you are, for much of the world. So how do we get people back to paganism? How do we get people back? Well, you simply bring humanity back to the origins of paganism. You bring people back to the beginning of the story of paganism's existence, and that is contacting the dead. So you have all these priests like Father Eugenio Ferrarotti or Father Pasquale Magni. You had these priests in the 1970s who were not only participating in contacting the dead or participating in the occult, but also preaching these things to people. What's crazy is that you have Jimmy Akin. Jimmy Akin is a guy who is part of Catholic Answers. Catholic Answers is one of the biggest Catholic websites in the world. And Jimmy Akin is one of the head apologists of Catholic Answers. And Jimmy Akin has been doing videos recently talking about contacting the dead and how it's okay. If your wife died, you can contact her if you want. And it's like, this is the beginning of paganism. This is very, very dangerous. And so you see Catholics getting into this stuff, and you think, okay, it's a rogue movement. It's a bunch of Catholics just breaking the rules. But actually, no, this stuff is within the hierarchy of the Vatican, and it's been going on for a very long time. So the Catholic Church really is pagan. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's pagan. Once you see Pachamama, once you see this Our Lady of the Amazon nonsense, it's just paganism, and they get so much into, well, let's talk to this saint and that saint, this dead saint and that. I mean, it's just, when the saints technically, I know they're not dead, right? But they get so much into it that it becomes, it begins to take priority over Christ. You see, it begins to take priority over Christ. For example, there's a very... let me give you an example here. Hold on. Saint Montefiore... let me read to you guys this quote here. This is very revealing as to what I mean. Was it Montefiore? Oh, goodness gracious. Who was the saint who talked about the Virgin Mary all the time? Saint who wrote about Mary. Was it Montefiore or Montefiore? Oh, gosh. I hate this crap. Was it Montefiore? I hate that. How come I can't find it? Why is it so difficult to find this stuff? It should be so simple. Hello, Joshua George. Yes, the Catechism does teach this. Yes, it does. But they'll find loopholes. So, for example, it says all forms of divination are to be rejected. Right? Conjuring up the dead. Yeah, absolutely. But they'll find loopholes. You see what I'm saying? They find loopholes to these things. And they'll say, well... it speaks of divination, but not exactly spiritism. Or, in the context of Catholicism, we can do it because we're not talking to a demon or an evil spirit. We're simply talking to the soul of this dead person. I know exactly what you're saying, and you're not wrong, but they find loopholes through these things. Let me see here. Who the hell... Why is it so difficult? Montefiore, Monteforte, who? Montfort? Was it Montfort? Louis de Montfort. Hold on a second here. He wrote a book called True Devotion to Mary, Saint Louis de Montfort. Okay, so I'm going to take this. I'm going to find it here. Hold on. I wish that dog would shut up. I'm going to find this line. Basically, Saint Louis de Montfort, and this is why I'm bringing this up, St. Louis de Montfort stated that the Virgin Mary is greater than Christ. And this guy is considered a saint in the church, and he is quoted all the time. He's not like one of those, because there's many saints in the Catholic Church, but he's not like one of those saints that got sainted hundreds of years ago and then forgotten about. They bring him up all the time. All the time. Let's see here. But St. Louis de Montfort stated that that Mary was greater than Christ. Let me find it here. I can probably find it on my laptop. Hold on a second. I'm going to read to you guys this quote because it's very revealing. Montefiore. Dang it, where is it? I can't find it. Dang it. Of course, it's hard for me to find the quote because I don't have the exact words, but I know that he said this. Mary greater than Christ. Let's see here. Saint Louis Grignon de Montfort. What's up, 117 Rebel? It's not Catholic belief, you're correct, but you have people in the Roman Catholic Church that will believe this sort of thing. Hold on a second. Oh, I can't find it. This is driving me insane. Mary is the sanctuary. Is this the one? I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Where is it? Example. Oh, I know he said this. I'm gonna find this. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. You know what? I can't find it. I think. Why is it so hard to find stuff online? Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna find this. Hold on, give me 1 second. It's in a book that I have. I need to find the book. So before we get to that, I'm gonna play some music for you guys. 1 second.
I will find mistakes in the lines of your face when you say my name. Because when this ends, I'll want someone to blame. Isn't that twisted, my love? Isn't that twisted? My love, I am so twisted. My love.
I'm sorry about that. My mic was off. Hold on. I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna find it. Give me a minute here. Got it. So here he is. Let me show it to you guys. I finally found it. Dang it. I'm after taking so freaking long. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to show it to you guys. Here it is. I think this is it here. We must take... Okay. So here's the line here. Check this out. This is crazy. So this is from the book that he wrote, St. Louis de Montfort, on dedication to the Virgin Mary. The name of the book, I think, is called True Devotion to Mary. And this is what it says here. Let me just make sure my volume is good. Okay. It says here, and as much as grace perfects nature, the glory perfects grace. It is certain that our Lord is still in heaven as much the Son of Mary as he was on earth, and that, consequently, he has preserved the most perfect obedience and submission of all children towards the best of all mothers. But we must take great pains not to conceive of this dependence as any abasement or imperfection in Jesus Christ. For Mary is infinitely below her Son, who is God, and so this is the pre-qualification, and therefore she does not command him as a mother here below would command her child, who was below her. Mary, being altogether transformed into God by grace, and by the glory which transforms all the saints into him, asks nothing, wishes nothing, does nothing which is contrary to the eternal and immutable will of God. When we read then in the writings of Saints Bernard, Bernardine, Bonaventure, and others that in heaven and on earth everything, even to God himself, is subject to the Blessed Virgin, they mean to say that the authority which God has been well pleased to give her is so great that it seems as if she has the same power as God, and that her prayers and petitions are so powerful with God that they always pass for commandments with his majesty, who never resists the prayer of his dear mother, because she is always humble and conformed to his will. So in a way, he is saying that Mary is greater than Christ. He's saying everything on earth, everything on heaven is subject to the Virgin Mary. It's too much. This is too much. Even is subject to the Blessed Virgin. It's just very bizarre. Let's see here. We must know the greater reason think of the prayer of the humble of Mary, that worthy Mother of God, which is more powerful. Anyway, it's a little too much. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Dang. I'm just messing up all day, aren't I? Oh, gosh. Here it is. Yes, he says, yeah, but that's the pre-qualification, right? Like, you can't expect someone to say, oh yeah, Mary's greater than Christ, or God and Christ are subject to Mary, or anything like that. Like, you can't expect someone just to blatantly say that. They have to put a pre-qualification. It's Marianity, yeah, it's just way too much. It's sad to see the soul of a once great warrior for the faith crumble before our eyes. Who are you talking about? He said her wishes conform to the Lord's will to an extent that it seems as everything is under her control. Your comprehension skills are terrible. In the writings that in heaven and on earth, everything, even to God himself, is subject to the Blessed Virgin. Okay. I just think this sounds pretty weird. But there are churches of Mother of God. Absolutely. Dedication to the Mother of God. But I think there's a limit to this stuff, right? I think there's a limit to this stuff. I've even gotten into an argument with my mother because I can consider Christ to be above Mary. Yeah, in Bosnia they have this thing called Medjugorje, and there are people who go there and they have visions of the Virgin Mary, and they I knew this woman. Okay, she was so she was so dedicated to Medjugorje, and she was just so adamant about it, so adamant about Medjugorje this and Medjugorje that, and she was saying that she went to Medjugorje and she saw people being possessed by demons and then exorcised. And I'm just like, why would you be possessed by demons? If you're a Catholic and you're going to Medjugorje, which is supposed to be of God, right? If it's really of God and your dedication to this stuff is really of God, then why would you be possessed by demons, right? People who are children of God are not going to be possessed by demons. But these people were being possessed by demons. And another thing, this is what I don't like about this kind of writing. All right, let's go back to the Montefiore quote. So I don't like about this kind of writing. So he says here, okay, she's below God. That's it. Why do we have to sit? Like, why do we have to keep going from there? That's it. She's below God. Boom, done. But no, they have to add this ambiguity. Well, it seems like everything is subject to her. It seems like she has the same power of God. Why do we have to confuse people? Why is that so important to put in there? It seems as if she has the same power as God. That is insane. Like if I said, I think Putin is below God, but it seems like he has the same power as God. People be like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? That would be weird, right? So the same logic applies to this. I think that Mary has the same power as God. What? It seems as if she has the same. Why do you have to say that? What's the point? Why can't you just say Mary is below God, Mary is below Christ, done? No, we have to add all this other stuff, right? We got to add all this other stuff to it. And this is from a saint. This is from Louis de Montfort, one of the greatest saints in the Catholic Church. I think what's happening is that you want to go into schism, but do you know that corrupt men in the church is not a justification to do so? Is not a justification to do so. So now you're looking for theological reasons to split. Fanatics who say heretical things about Medjugorje or place Mary above Christ have no part of the church is not a justification to do so. Now you're looking for theological reasons to split. Okay. All right. I really hit a hornet's nest with this one. I think Mary is the greatest woman who ever lived, but she's not greater than Christ. I mean, it's just that simple. It really is that simple. To the naked eye, it seems that the earth is flat. Lord God, have mercy on me, a sinner. I haven't even had a beer yet, and I already feel drunk. This is how religious infighting starts, saying stuff like this that cause confusion. It's just confusion. It's like saying homosexuality is a sin, but it seems like it's not a sin. What? Is it a sin? Is it not a sin? Don't do this seeming crap, right? All this stuff, it seems that way. All that is just seeds of confusion. All of this is just seeds of confusion. And I think, somebody just brought up Poland. For example, Mary is accepted from centuries as a queen. So in Poland, I'm glad you brought up Poland because you just reminded me of something here. We're going to have a fun live stream. I said we're going to have some fun. In Poland, they have like a dozen, or maybe even more than that. They got a whole bunch of places where supposedly apparitions of the Virgin Mary manifested. They say the Virgin Mary appeared here, etc., etc. And it is like some kind of a cult, right? Where they build the church and dedication. Like somebody claimed to have seen the Virgin Mary, and oh man, some Polish guy told me all about this. There was a Polish guy I was talking to. He was telling me all about this stuff. Like somebody will claim they saw the Virgin Mary on the side of the road here as they were buying some pierogi. And people believe this person. And then they build a church there. They're like, here's a church in dedication to this one place where somebody claimed to have seen the Virgin Mary. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Somebody sent me something on this, and I'm going to find it. We're going through another Easter egg hunt here. It seems like, I think God exists, but it seems like he exists. Or I think God exists, but it seems like he doesn't exist. Why are you spreading seeds of confusion? Hold on. It seems like he doesn't. I think murder is wrong, but it seems like it seems like it's not wrong. Somebody sent me something on this. I'm going to show it to you guys. Well, I'm going to see if I can find it first. Hold on. Marian apparition. Here's an example. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. Translate to English, please. It's in the Polish language. 76 years since the first apparition in Warsaw's Sierkierki. Dear little... Okay. So this person in Poland had a... Supposedly in 1943. So here's an issue that I have. So let's go back to this. Let's go back to this stuff here. This is interesting. So here is a Marian apparition, which supposedly happened in Poland, of all places. And it says here, 76 years since the first apparition in Warsaw's Sierkierki. It has been 76 years since the day when the Mother of God appeared for the first time on a cherry tree in Siekierki to a 12-year-old named Wladzia Franczyk. I'm not sure if this is a guy's name or a what. Sometimes I see Slavic names and I'm like, what? I've seen Russians named Ilya. I'm like, that's a woman's name, right? No, it's a guy's name. Wladzia Franczyk. Okay, what has changed in Skierki since then? There is the magnificent sanctuary of Our Lady, Teacher of Youth, etc., etc. It says here, on May 3rd, on the feast of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Queen of Poland, indulgence ceremonies are held there, numerous pilgrims, etc., etc. So the auxiliary bishop of Warsaw, Bishop Piotr Jarecki, etc., etc. So this is so October 13th, 1943. Our Lady said, "Dear little children, follow me and my son, and I will cover you with my mantle, and nothing bad will happen to you. Especially now, it is necessary to spread the cult of the Mother of God and Jesus from Warsaw's Sierkierki, when children are at risk of methodical demoralization at school." This is the person's opinion. So 1943, this person got a vision, and if you look at these Marian apparitions in Poland, right, they happened like in 1940-something, and they warn about communism. See, and this is the thing that makes me suspicious of all this. So let me give you guys another example. Is this Marian apparition happens in the 1940s when Polish people were being butchered like chickens by the Ukrainians. And Mary doesn't tell them anything about Ukrainian nationalism. Mary has nothing better to tell them except for something about communism. That's all Mary has to warn them about. Communism, communism, communism. But Mary doesn't tell them anything about Nazism. Mary doesn't tell them anything about Ukrainian nationalism. Mary doesn't say anything about any of the things that really were butchering the Polish people. I mean, more Polish people were killed by the Nazis than they were by the Soviet Union. Not saying the Soviet Union was good, but you would think that if Mary's going to be warning the Polish people about something, she would have at least said something about Nazism. But everything is about communism. Everything is about communism. Let's see here. Let's check this one out. Here's another apparition. This one happened in 1796. I'm not sure if that's very interesting. Fatima, let's see here. What else is there? Okay, so here's another interesting thing. Apparition in Amsterdam. Let's check this out. Oh, dang it. Fourth deity. hold on a second here. Yeah, hold on. This guy was telling me about this. So Marian apparition in Amsterdam. Here's another one that I find weird. Apparitions and messages of Our Lady in Amsterdam. No. Lady of all nations. Lady of all nations. Let's check this one out. I'll have to look more into this one. I'm not really finding anything interesting about it. Amsterdam. Let's see here. The Lady of all nations in Amsterdam. I don't know. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to stop right here because I don't want to bore you guys. I'm just taking way too much time. But I just want to express myself on this topic here. Let me just address what was said by you guys. Hold on. Oh, there's going to be a drink. Just give me a moment here. So I want to address what somebody said here. So Christian Man says, I think what's happening is that you want to go into schism. But do you know that corrupt men? So I don't want to go into schism. Like I never said like I want to go into schism and this is why I'm looking into this stuff. No. What happened was and I've said this a million times, I loyally went to Mass for almost 6 years, about 6 years, and I just saw so much weird stuff that I got really sick and tired of the institution. That's not me looking for something. I was always defending the church, for years defending the church, for years debating Protestants, for years writing articles in defense of the magisterium, the pontiff, the Vatican, for years writing on this stuff. But what eventually happens is that I got exhausted. I got mentally exhausted. Now, have you ever been in a fight with your conscience? It's a very difficult thing to do because you never win. When you fight with your conscience, you never win. That's just one battle you will never win. Your conscience will always win because your conscience will always be there, telling you, like to quote Morpheus in the Matrix, like a splinter in your mind. Your conscience will be there and it'll speak to you, and your conscience will tell you that something is wrong, and your conscience is always right. You are not always right? But your conscience is always right. And whether you want to call it a conscience or you want to call it your gut instinct or your your gut reaction is fine, whatever, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we have a mechanism, we have really a spiritual faculty within us that tells us when something is wrong. And I think that God, I believe, I know that God gave us this ability to have discretion, to have discernment, and to know when something is wrong. This is why I think a lot of women lose their minds after getting an abortion, because their conscience keeps reminding them that what they did is wrong, and they can't take it, and they lose their minds because they're fighting with their conscience, and then their conscience wins. But they continue to fight, and they just break because they know that they did something wrong. And so, for years, I knew there was a problem in the church, right? Even before I went into the Catholic Church, I knew that there were these sorts of evils and these sorts of sinister things. Like I knew that it was there, but I thought that it was exaggerated by the media, right? So I took, I kind of sort of took the Trump route, and I said, well, that's the lying media, right? That's the Lügenpresse. That's the mainstream media. That's the MSM. That is the media manipulating people to hate the church. And it is, I think that unto itself is a deception. I think unto itself, thinking that the evils in the church are magnified by the media, I think that unto itself is a deception that people deceive themselves with. And the church deceives people with this stuff, right? When they say, oh, that's just an exaggeration. And there are people in the church who make this argument. So I thought that these were simply exaggerations. And then one day I literally met a priest who was a predator. And then I went to another church where the priest was a predator and the deacon was a predator. Went to another church, which was a traditional Latin mass, and found out that that priest was a predator. So I was like, okay, a deacon, a priest, another priest, another priest. So 3 priests and a deacon, that's 4 clergy members who are predators. And that's only for me visiting 3 different churches. Oh, and then the first church that I was going to, or one of the first churches that I attended, where Father Kinsel was, I found out that Father Kinsel was a predator. The Monsignor was protecting him, so the Monsignor was also in on it. So I'm seeing a Monsignor, a priest, a deacon, 2 other priests. That's 5 people, and this is only from seeing 3 different churches. This is like going into a neighborhood and you go through 3 blocks and you bump into 5 different criminals. It's like, well, this is a problem, right? And to say that there isn't a problem would be completely insane. So I go to Rome, and I see a nun who's involved with the Kabbalah. I see a monk who's a homosexual predator, and it just doesn't end, right? It just keeps on going and going, and it's like, how much do I, as a human being, have to put up with? And the sad thing is that, they say that this is a church founded by Christ, but for how long, right? To what extent can you take this? How long can you use that argument until people have had enough? And a lot of people have had enough, and that's why so many people have left. That's why so many people in Ireland have left. Ireland had a terrible, terrible experience with the Catholic Church. Australia had a terrible experience with the Catholic Church. And what really bothers me is how you have people who will defend the institution no matter what, or they will say things like, well, it doesn't matter, we have to keep on going. And it's like, how long is this? For how long? How long? This is like when people say, well, Jesus said, listen to the teaching, but don't do what they do, right? Because Christ was very critical of the priesthood, the Jewish priesthood at the time. And Christ said, do what they teach, but don't do what they do. And so Catholics will take that line and they'll say, you see, Jesus said, do what they preach, don't do what they do. Now, there's two things wrong with this way of thinking. One, you do realize that priesthood was eventually destroyed, right? The Romans destroyed the Jewish priesthood. So when you start using the argument, do what they do, Jesus says, do what they preach, but not what they do. Jesus said that right before they got destroyed, which means that the Catholic priesthood is not exempt from destruction. And here's another thing. The very priest whose teachings God said we should follow and whose actions he said we should not do were the very priest who told people not to follow Christ. So should the people have listened to that teaching from those priests? Should the people have listened to those priests and not follow Christ? Should the people, am I saying this correctly, grammatically? Should the people have listened to those priests and not have listened and not follow Christ? And if they were to take that line from Christ, where Christ says, "Do what they teach, not what they do," if they were to take that line in the most extreme interpretation, then they would have rejected Christ, because the priest taught people not to follow Christ. So there's a limit to all these things, right? There's a limit. Jesus says, "Give money to the poor." Well, does that mean that I go to some drug addict who's a complete loser and I give him my money? Someone who destroyed their lives with drugs, someone who destroyed every relationship that they had, someone who just destroyed their relationship with their family, somebody who was so violent and so insufferable that he couldn't work with anybody, somebody who was a criminal, somebody who just is on the streets because they're low lives, because they're criminals, because they hated their family, they hated authority. Should I go to that person and say, "Here's my money"? Well, no. But Jesus says, "Give to the poor." Well, but you have to look at the nuances, right? You have to look at the actual situation. And people will do this with the Bible, right? They'll take the Bible and they will, oh my God, they will try to use the Bible to justify anything. And then they'll take verses and they'll just stretch those verses out. They'll just stretch and exhaust those verses out to a very abusive level. So for example, it says in the book of Genesis, "If a man sheds man's blood, by man's hands shall his blood be shed." Well, that's obviously the death penalty. But people will say, yeah, but it's not talking about second-degree murder. It's not referring to manslaughter. It's not referring... So should all people who take a life be killed? Should all people... What if somebody's defending themselves and they take a man's life? Well, he did shed that man's blood. So shall by man's hands his blood also be shed? And it's like, well, that's not what the verse is saying. See, God gave us verses in the Bible, but he also gave us brains. And he gave us the ability to discern different circumstances. And he gave us the ability to see all of these things. God put these verses out there knowing that people would misinterpret them, knowing that people would abuse them or misconstrue them or manipulate them. But that's fine, because God don't like those people anyway. It's like when the disciples go to Jesus and they said, "Jesus, why do you speak in parables?" And Jesus says, "So that the damned don't get it." So Jesus said, "I speak in parables because I don't want the assholes to get it. I want those assholes to listen to my words and say, 'Oh, you see, he really said this,' or 'Oh, you see, we can use his words to justify some crazy stuff.'" So, yes, you have Bible verses that teach certain things, but then people say, "You see, that means it applies to everything." Well, no, obviously it doesn't apply to everything, right? Obviously, the verse in Genesis that says, if somebody takes another man's life, he should be killed. That verse isn't talking about self-defense. That verse isn't talking about people who kill in self-defense, or it's not talking about like accidental deaths and things like that. It's talking about murder. If you have a brain, right? If you're honest, you can admit that. But you have people who just aren't honest at all, and they want to reinterpret that verse so that it just means absolutely nothing, and it becomes like a mere proverb that they can do whatever they want with. So Whew. I have more to say about this, and I think I'm going to keep going on. So this idea that this idea that that I'm just looking for trouble. I mean, this is such nonsense. You know, like this is such nonsense. You know, here's my question to all Catholics who disagree with me. So let's say you have a son, and the son, your son, is molested by a Catholic priest, and you know for a fact that that priest molested your son, and you know for a fact that the church is covering up for him. Do you take communion from the priest? That's my question. I want an answer, yes or no. This goes to all the Catholics listening to my live stream right now. If a priest molested your son, and you know for a fact that he did it, and you know for a fact that the church is covering up for him and trying to protect him from the law, do you go to that church and accept communion from him? I just want an answer, yes or no. Don't give me a loaded answer. I just want a single yes or no. That's all I want to know. And I'm not going to scream and yell, or I just want a yes or no. And I'll wait. Because I know very well that if I knew a priest molested my son, the last thing I'll be thinking of is, well, I have to go take communion from Father O'Connor, who sodomized my boy. Like, I can't even think about this stuff. I can't comprehend this. 117 Rebel says I would kill the priest. Nope. Okay, so we're getting a no's. No. Okay. There was an HBO movie about that topic exactly. His son came home bloody. It was disturbing. Christ was a fulfillment of the prophesied Messiah. The Bible, the early church fathers, councils insist on the papacy. Okay, I want to know, if a priest molests your son, would you take communion from that priest? I just want to know, yes or no. I just want to know this. And I'll add to the question. Your boy who's, I don't know, 10 years old. Your boy gets molested, raped by the priest. You know for a fact that the priest has raped your son. You know for a fact that the hierarchy is protecting him. Do you not only take communion, but do you also tell your boy, go to Father O'Connell and take communion from him, even though I know that he raped you? I just want a yes or no. You mean after I kill him? Yeah. I just want to know. Yes or no? Do you make your son take communion from his rapist, and do you take the communion from the one who raped your son? I want to know, yes or no. I want to see how far you guys can go. What is the limit? What's the limit? What's the threshold? Max says no. Thank you. Okay. So we're getting somewhere here. There's a limit to this. Like, how much are we going to take? I mean, I think the Irish got it the worst, man. The Irish got it bad. Oh, man. There's so many documentaries you can watch on I shouldn't laugh about this. There's so much documentaries that you can watch on the Irish sex abuse scandal that it's amazing. It's ridiculous. Obviously, the destruction of the Jewish priesthood doesn't apply to the Catholic priesthood. I just want a yes or no. If somebody, Brian West says absolutely no. Okay. If somebody, I would like Christian, because Christian Man has been adamant in this stream. A priest rapes your son. You know for a fact that he raped your son. You know that the church is protecting the rapist. Do you go back in line to take communion from the rapist? And do you get your son in line with you to take communion from the rapist? I want everybody to answer this. I would like for people to give me, I want to know, what's the threshold? No, simple as that. I beat him half dead and give him to the... But it's a logical answer. We have to be logical. No, get him in jail. Okay, get him in jail. So you wouldn't take communion from him. Now, according to the church, his hands are consecrated. His hands are consecrated. So that's Christ's hands consecrating him. Those are the hands of those are consecrated hands. But you see, you guys say no. Okay, fine. But this is what the church has been expecting people to do for a very long time. For at least decades, the church has been moving around rapists, moving around molesters, moving around people who have sexually assaulted people, especially youths, young male youths. And the church hasn't told people about the fact that these people are sexual assaulters, right? The church has moved people, the church has moved people who are sexual assaulters and molesters and rapists to different churches, and the church many times did not tell the parish who these priests were, what crimes they have committed. And this has happened thousands of times. So the church says, okay, send the rapists over. We're not even going to tell the people. And this still happens. This still happens. Look at the case of, what's his name? Is it Gerald Howell? Gerald Howell was moved from Louisiana to Dakota. Which state was he moved to? I think it was to Dakota. Was it Gerald Howell? He was moved. Where was he moved, this guy? I think it was to Dakota. Yeah, Gerald Howell. Trying to think. Who was the priest? Oh, God, I hate this. There was a priest in Louisiana who was raping kids. Okay, I think he was raping deaf kids. And they just moved him over to Dakota. North or South Dakota, one of those priests. Deaf kids. It was in New Orleans. And then he was moved to one of those Dakota states. Why is it so hard to find anything online? Gerald Howell, molested deaf kids. And then where did he go? Where did Gerard Howell go? I think Gerard Howell was removed from the priesthood, but he was given money by the church. He was given a pension by the church. And then the government came along and said, no money for rapist priests. And Father Gerard Howell said, oh, this is a crime. This is draconian. Oh my God, the evil government is attacking a priest. Oh my God. No, the government is doing what's just, which is pulling you from church funds because you are a rapist. You raped deaf kids. Like, how far are we going to go with this? This is insane. Doesn't mean one can break the law and escape justice, etc. Jesus said it's better if someone have a millstone tied around. Yeah, absolutely. These priests should be executed. Young females, yes, but mainly it's the biggest target of the priests have been boys. Criticizing doctrine. Well, what doctrine am I criticizing here? I think it's strange for a saint, someone who's declared as a saint, to tell people, it seems like Mary is like God. That's so crazy, guys. That's insane. That has no scriptural backing whatsoever. Who was the pedophile priest who got moved to Dakota? And then they didn't even tell the parish. They didn't even tell the parish that the guy was a pedophile. Altar boys, yeah. The church has fallen and they reap burning coal upon their heads. He was moved from... Actually, I think he was moved from Joliet County, from the Joliet diocese. Where is the guy? Anyway, let's see here. I think he was moved to a hospital parish. It doesn't matter. There's so many cases of pedophile priests being moved around. And then they don't say anything. They don't tell the parish what crimes this priest has committed. They don't do any of that stuff. And so they expect people just to take... They think that people should just take communion from a pedophile. It's like, no. People should know. They should know what this person has done. It's just that simple. It really is that simple. And you know, this whole idea of just like being so focused on Mary to the point where my legs are shaking because I get excited doing these videos. Man, is my internet... Can you guys... Are we having good connection here? Because it seems like it's a little bit slow. I think it's a little bit slow. Internet's been kind of retarded lately. We're good? Okay. I'm trying to find the story. Whatever happened to the guy, like you have priests, there was one priest who sexually assaulted a guy back in 2017, and then they moved him over to like some house next to a school. Do they know, or do they just don't care? They don't give a shit. You know, people talk about Cardinal Pell. I mean, that's a case that you could write a whole book on. Cardinal Pell was an evil, evil man. He's innocent. He's an innocent man. Cardinal Pell was, after Pope Francis, I think Cardinal Pell was probably the most influential church official in the whole Catholic Church. And Cardinal Pell was tried for child molestation. He was found guilty, sentenced to prison, and then he was acquitted. And the reason why he was acquitted was because, as his defense argued, the prosecution was too reliant on the testimony of one single witness, and that wasn't enough to find Cardinal Pell guilty. So Cardinal Pell was acquitted, and he was released from prison. Then shortly later, he passed away. When he was released, you know, there were so many Catholics who were on the side of Pell. It's ridiculous how many people supported this guy. But they were saying, oh my God, you know, this is an innocent man, and Cardinal Pell's a victim, and et cetera, et cetera. And they were almost speaking of him as though he were a martyr of some sort. Look, my mic is moving on its own. They were speaking about him as if he was some kind of a martyr. And the reality is that Cardinal Pell was not innocent. Now, he may have been found innocent of child molestation, but he wasn't innocent of covering up for molesters. If you don't believe me, look up Cardinal Pell's involvement with Father Ridsdale and Father... it was a priest who was a rapist. I think his name was Father O'Connell. I get all these priest names confused. Cardinal Pell. Father think it was it O'Connell? Father O'Donnell. So there was Father Kevin O'Donnell. All right, can you guys hear me? Are we good? Are we good, guys? I'm sorry, my connection has been like terrible lately. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm really sorry. My internet was just retarded. But yeah, there was Father Kevin O'Donnell, and then there was Father Ridsdale. Father Ridsdale was a rapist. He was a rapist, and there was a terrible story that I read from Australia where a young man was continuously molested by 2 teachers at a Catholic school. So he went to Father Ridsdale to report it, and Father Ridsdale responded by raping him, sodomizing him. Father Ridsdale was under the watch of Cardinal Pell. Father Kevin O'Connor? Kevin O'Connor? Yeah. O'Donnell. I get these Irish names confused. Father Kevin O'Donnell raped a young girl, and that girl ended up committing suicide from the trauma. And both of these priests were under the watch of Pell. Oh, and Pell knew about all this stuff. And he was covering up for these priests. So don't give me this nonsense that Pell was innocent. Pell should have been tried for covering up for molesters. Okay. You guys can hear me. Why can't... Unable to bring connection. Okay, the connection is back. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on that. There's just too much indiscriminate obedience, for this sort of thing. And when you see this type of crime, I mean, Jesus said, whoever offends one of these little ones, it is better for them to have a millstone wrapped around their neck and them getting thrown into the water that they may drown. It's such a heavy crime that Christ prescribes the harshest punishment for such offenders. And so that's how we need to see this. We need to see this as the harshest crime that requires the harshest punishment. But we don't see it that way. We see it as, just some priests who are sinners. And that's another thing that I really, really hate, is when people start saying, when people start referring to these crimes as sins, as if it's like some guy who's lusting after a woman or something. Like, not everyone's a sinner, and Father O'Donnell or whatever is a sinner, and he was just committing a sin. And it's like, well, what's the sin? Oh, he raped a young girl. Oh. And that should be considered what? That should be considered just a sin. It's a crime that requires punishment. But the church doesn't see it so much that way. They just say, it's just it's a sin. Right. Eventually they will get their judgment in the end, but it's also required of the state to impose punishment. And it is also required of the church to support the imposition of that punishment. So there you go. There you have it, everybody. What do we got? I've been streaming for 3 hours now. Most of this time I've been just looking for information. Yeah. Have you guys ever noticed that nuns look weird? Have you guys ever noticed this? That nuns look weird? Every nun I've met, and I met a lot of them, they look really weird. Why do nuns look so weird? Why do nuns have this? Like, I've noticed with nuns, because you think about it, is it really natural to be just living in a monastery your whole life and like just not getting married and saying to everybody that you're married to Jesus? Because that's what all these nuns do, right? They say that. No, I'm serious. Isn't that what all these nuns do? They say that they're married to Jesus. It's like, what kind of, that's, come on. I'm married to Christ. And I remember going to Italy and I saw all these nuns. Most of them were young ladies. I mean, these were young ladies, you know, in their 20s and maybe early 30s. And you just look at them and you're just like, what a waste. What a waste of wombs. And I look at all these priests. Should we go for a record this time? I just want to sit here and just see how much stuff I can say for as long as possible. I think I should do that. I think I should just sit in front of this mic and just have this endless stream of consciousness and just keep going. I just wonder how long I can go. Like, how long can the hamster wheel in my brain go? I think we're just going to keep on going. When I was in Rome, I saw a lot of priests, right? Priests were just everywhere. They were just everywhere, and all of these priests looked extremely unhappy, right? Like, they were just extremely unhappy. I just saw them. They were just very unhappy people. And I would look at them and I would say, man, these people look unhappy. Like, the priests look unhappy. The monks look unhappy. The nuns look unhappy. They're not happy. They don't look happy. And I remember, and this is a story, this is a real story. This actually happened, everybody. This actually happened, okay? So here I am. I'm in this church dining hall, and all these nuns were in the room, and there were some priests there, and there was a couple of monks that were there. And one of the monks was blatantly homosexual. You know, he talked like this, and he moved his hands around like that when he talked, and he was like, "Oh, buongiorno." Like, it was just, come on, you're not fooling anybody. Good night, Mac. And there was this lady next to me. She looked like she could have been in her 40s. And I started talking to her. Italian girl. Well, she's not a girl anymore, right? She's a 41-year-old woman. But not bad looking. And she was sitting next to me. So I started talking to her. And I said, "Are you a nun?" She said, "No." And I said, "Do you plan on becoming one? Do you plan on becoming a nun?" She said, "I don't know." I said, "Are you married?" She said, "No." And I said, well, how old are you? And this is a very inappropriate question to ask a woman, but here I am, you know, my autistic self. And she said, "I'm 41. And I said, "Why have you waited so long to get married? What has stopped you?" And it wasn't like I was being disrespectful. I wasn't like, "Oh, you're a dried up womb," or anything like that. But my question was, why haven't you gotten married? Right? Like, what has stopped you? And I was sincerely curious, right? I sincerely wanted to know, because I'm always very interested as to why people are in their 40s and not married, right? I'm always interested why, what are your experiences? What bad experiences may have discouraged you to get married and things like that. So I said, what has stopped you from getting married? What has made you not get married, or what has convinced you not to get married all this time? And I don't think she said anything. And I remember she got up and she moved to the couch. There was a couch in the room. And she stood on that couch. She sat down on that couch. And before you know it, she is in tears. She's in tears. And I think she was in tears because of what I told her. And I didn't mean to make her cry. And I don't think she was insulted by me because we talked later on. I don't think she was insulted by me, but I think my questions made her rethink her life's decisions. And I think that she may have been discerning whether or not she wanted to become a nun. That's why she was in the monastery. But she was weeping, I think, because she kind of realized that she has wasted so much time. And I remember after we had dinner and everything, this was crazy. I'm shocked I'm even telling you guys this story, but it is a funny story nonetheless. We had dinner, and this 41-year-old Italian woman approaches me, and she starts touching my hair, and she's like, "Bellissimo, bellissimo." I was like, "Oh my God, this woman is horny." But anyway, that's there's that, and they all look very unhappy. But it's just like, is this? And there's so much of an emphasis, most by most I mean like everybody except for a decimal percentage of the human population is made for marriage, and the church says, "Oh, have you discerned religious life?" And it's like, religious life is, because Jesus says, okay, some people are born, what's the word? Some people are born eunuchs, right? Some people are born with this grace that they don't want to get married. They just want to dedicate their lives to God. But you're talking about like point whatever 0.1% of the human population. This is not like the general population here. It's impossible. But the church is like, "Oh, have you discerned religious life?" As if this is something that the general population should be interested in. And it's not. Like, this is not something the general population is not interested in. And the only reason why some women and some men entertain such a thought is because the church keeps pushing it. The church is like, "Oh no, are you?" And I've seen numerous times Catholic women, they're mid to late 30s, not married, and it's like, well, why have you taken so long? Because let's be real here. Let's be real here, okay? It is easier for a woman to get a guy than it is for a guy to get a woman. It's really that simple. Even an ugly woman can find a guy easily. A guy has a little bit more difficulty, right? Because a guy has to show a sense of humor, a good personality, a decent job. A guy has to show something, right? It's like that scene from Napoleon Dynamite where Napoleon is like, girls want a guy with skills and nunchuck skills, this skill, that skill. It's true, right? I mean, it's true, right? So a man kind of has to like demonstrate something, right? Is he socially capable? Does he have a personality? Is he funny? Is he fun to be around? Does he have a good job? Like all these are the types of things that women are attracted to. So it's a little bit more difficult, right? Not a little. It's a lot more difficult for a guy to attract a woman than it is for a woman to attract a guy. So all these women, they're in their 20s and their 30s, and then they're in their 40s, right? And they're still going to church every night, and they're singing in the choir or whatever. And it's like, well, you're not married yet. Why did you? You could have founded a guy easily. Why haven't you found one? Right? A man is a virgin almost always because he hasn't found a girlfriend or he hasn't gotten married. If you meet a woman who's a virgin and she's in her 30s, it's because she chose to be a virgin. because she could have easily found a guy and that's it. So you see a woman in her 30s, in her 40s, she hasn't been married yet, and it's like, well, what happened? You know, what happened there? And a lot of times, or at least sometimes, they will say it's because I was discerning religious life, and I wanted to know whether or not God was calling me to be a monastic, right? To be a nun, to be a monk, or whatever. Yeah, a female monk. And I've seen this with some guys too, albeit I've seen it more with women. But you have guys who come along and they're like, well, I'm discerning whether or not I should join the priesthood. Now, I myself entertained, at one point in time, I actually entertained the idea of joining the priesthood. This was back in 2013. And I thought, I'm reading all these books on Catholicism. Maybe God is calling me to be a priest. And I actually thought about this at one point in time. And then I had all the weird experiences. A gay priest preying on me and all this stuff. And I'm like, nope, not going to happen. Fuck that. And that was my response. So, but you have these people who are like, well, I'm discerning my vocation. And in the Catholic world, this is a very common term, right? Discerning my vocation. I'm discerning my vocation. I am wondering if God wants me to be married or to be a priest. And you see these women who are in their early 30s, and they're like, I've realized that God wants me to be married. And I'm like, you think? It's quite obvious. Because this idea of God has called me to be a monk, or God has called me to be a nun, this idea really only applies to, an extremely, extremely small fraction of the human population. But the church acts like this is something that the general population should be entertaining. And it's like, no one should push you to entertain the idea of becoming a nun. I think that comes from God. I think that is something that is a grace that God has given you. And I think you're born with it. I think you're born with this blessing. I think you're born with this blessing. And I don't think it's something that the general population should be entertaining. If you want to be John the Baptist and live in a cave because God has given you this supernatural grace to have no interest in sex and no interest in marriage, then God bless you. Go live in a cave like those monks do in Egypt. But those people have been given a special grace. You have these nuns who are living in a monastery and they're all horny. They're super horny. Why are they so horny? Because they don't have the grace. They don't have the grace. And I remember going to the monastery in Italy, and there were all these nuns there. And these nuns were in their 20s, they were in their early 30s, and they were crazy looking. They all had this crazy look in their eyes, and they couldn't stop touching me. And I'm not saying that I went into like the nun door. I didn't do any of that, right? I'm talking like in the main hall. Because when you go into a monastery, there's an area where you're not supposed to go, right? And they tell you like, do not go there, all right? And I respected it. I never went there. But when you were in the dining hall or when we were just out in public, these nuns would walk up to me and they'd be touching me, touching my hair. Let me grab your hair. I'm like, what? And there was this one nun who's like, let me grab your hair. She grabbed my hair and she would like tug it back like that. I'm like, what is this fat? And it was like more than one nun that did this. And you just realize these nuns haven't seen a young man. They barely ever see young men. They're just they're so deprived that they're losing their minds. And so you think this is not natural. This isn't natural. It's like monks, people become monks, men become monks, they go into the monastery and they get super horny. And then they'll bang a nun. Why are you banging nuns? Why is a nun having sex with a monk or a priest? Because they're horny. Why are they horny? Because they're totally depriving themselves. Because it's not natural what they're doing. I think it really requires a grace. And I really believe that this whole thing that priests can't be married, I think that's a bunch of nonsense. I think priests should be allowed to be married. They need to get rid of that rule. That rule is completely unnecessary. If you don't want to get married, fine. But as a priest, I think if a man is married and he is a priest, I think he is much more stable. Now, I am not applying this to the pedophilia situation. What I am not arguing is that the reason why priests molest children is because they don't have a wife. That is a bunch of bullshit, and I've heard this argument before, and I don't buy it. Just because you don't have a wife, or just because you don't have a girlfriend, does not mean you go to pedophilia. That's a bunch of bullshit. That was in you before you even became a priest, and you're a sick bastard. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just normal, regular sexual desire. It's not natural for someone to be in a monastery, deprived of contact with the opposite gender. We can't expect those people to be sane. Yeah, it was a property issue. That's right. I read the same thing. Priests couldn't be married. So Edwin Weber brings up a good point. Priests couldn't be married because they feared that priests would transfer property outside of the church after death. Yes, that's right. They didn't want, so it was a money thing. It had nothing to do with theology. It had nothing to do with any sort of spirituality. It was, this priest was being paid by the church. He dies, and his wife would inherit his money, or his wife would inherit his property. And the church said, no, that's our money, and that's our property, and it doesn't belong to this woman. So they said, okay, no more marriage, all done. And then they found a verse in the Bible. That said, where Paul says, whoever finds a wife findeth a good thing, but whoever doesn't get married findeth better. And they took that verse and they said, even though it says, whoever findeth a wife findeth a good thing, they say, no, just subtract that part. Whoever findeth not a wife has found a better thing. Yeah, we'll just take that, isolate that, and take it to its most extreme level. And that's what they did. And it's just insanity. It's insane. Let's see. Priests couldn't be... Okay, I already read. Ted, you're attracting the wrong people. Yeah. Some Protestants advocate that the pedo crisis with the Catholic priests can be averted if they allow... No, that's a bunch of nonsense. Tell me, are you telling me right now, like, there are a bunch of... Okay, how do I... It's okay to be alone. Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of men who are alone. I think now, I could be wrong, but let's look into this. This is a fascinating topic. And guys, I haven't even taken a beer yet. Man. I'm just getting started, my friends. Let's get into this real quick. Okay, hold on. I think it's like 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10 millennial men are single. This is what I read. 63%. So check this out. New York Post, 63%. Here it is. Check this out, guys. 63%. Oh, dang it. 63% of millennial men. So 6 out of 10 millennial men are single. Why? They are more single men in my generation, in the millennial generation, than they are single women. Well, why is that? Well, it's obvious why, because women can find a guy easier than a guy can find a woman. There's that. It's always women are almost always single by choice, right? There are no female incels unless they're like so freaking ugly that it's just insufferable. But wait. What happened to the article? Oh, here it is. Let's see here. New Pew Research Center data has found that nowadays 63% of men under 30 are electively single, up from 51% in 2019. And experts blame erotic alone time online as a major culprit. Yeah, I don't really buy into that, but okay. Young men are watching a lot of social media. They're watching a lot of porn, so they're blaming porn. I don't even believe that. I don't believe that. I think that's a bunch of bullshit. we're in the crisis of connection. The male numbers come sharply juxtaposed to the 34%, etc. Women would rather... So another factor at play might be the interest of women changing, especially as suitors of the same age are becoming apparently less desirable, experts said. This is, yes, I agree with this. Women would rather go to brunch with friends than have a horrible date, LA couples and family psychologist Greg Matos said. The expectations of American men are also rising in the minds of women, according to masculinity expert Akron professor Ronald Levant, who added that unfortunately so many men don't have more to give. I have no idea what that even means. In the early 1990s, 55%. Yeah, the 90s was like the last decade before we got consumed by the Matrix. By the Matrix, I mean the internet. One highly impacting thing is that they are, as a whole, more lonely people than women. Yeah, there's a lot more lonely men than there are lonely women. And I think there's a reason for this. My opinion on this... Okay, but well, before I get into this, Before I get into this, let me explain the reason why I brought this up. The reason why I brought this up is because these men are all single. They're lonely, they're miserable, they're working some job that they don't want, and that's it. And they have no woman to love them. These men aren't becoming pedophiles. So just because a priest is alone doesn't mean he becomes a pedophile. Believe me, that priest is a sick bastard. The reason why I say priests should be married is two reasons. One, because it provides a sexual outlet and prevents male insanity. And two, I think if you allow priests to get married, I think it would greatly make it easier to spot the weirdos. So I think one of the reasons why pedos join the priesthood is because, pedos and sodomites, I think one of the reasons why they join the priesthood is because they say, okay, I'm a weirdo. They'll say, they're weirdos. They know they're weirdos. They have very sick and evil desires. They can go to the church. Nobody will think they're a weirdo because they're not married, because they're priests. They're supposed to be celibate, so no one's going to think that they're a weirdo. Because usually when you see an old single guy who's never been married, we think, what's wrong with him, right? But no one's going to say that about a priest because he's in the priesthood. And you get a steady paycheck. So it's a perfect spot to be a pedo. You got access to kids. No one suspects that you're a weirdo because you're alone. No one thinks that you're some crazy weirdo who's loner. No one thinks you're a weird loner because you're in the priesthood. You're kind of supposed to be somewhat of a loner, right? And you get a steady paycheck. And if you get caught, church can just move you around. So if you allow priests to be married, well, guess what happens? Well, he's a married man. Has a healthy sexual outlet, so he's not going to lose his mind. And the chances of him being some weirdo is, I think, minimized to an extent because of the fact that, well, he's married and he's married to a woman, and it means he's normal. Now, why are so many men alone? I think it's because I think it's harder to impress a woman. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think. I think it's just harder to impress a woman. And if this weren't the case, I mean, we wouldn't have all these terms that we have in our culture, right? Like friend zoned, that's such a common thing nowadays. This person got friend zoned. This girl says, I just want to be friends. And this does happen. It's not like this is something that happens just in Hollywood. And so a lot of men, they don't really get, it's difficult for them to find someone that will be with them. The fact that you go, and even in the married world, there's a lot of rejection in the married world. There's a lot of divorce. I think the divorce rate in America is like 60%. I don't think it's even 50. I think it's higher than 50%. I think it's like 60%. I would say it's safe to say that it's at least over half of the marriages. And most of those divorces are initiated by the woman. Most of the divorces are initiated by the woman. I think like 75 or 80 something percent of the divorces are initiated by the woman. Now, of course, there are cases of abuse and cases of adultery that are legitimate, but I don't think that's the reason why most of these divorces are happening. I think a lot of the reasons why these divorces are happening is because the woman is just not content with the marriage, and she finds the guy boring, and she thinks that she can find better. So there's a lot of rejection in the married world, and if there's a lot of rejection already in the married world, then there's a lot of rejection happening in the dating world. So I think a lot of men do try to get girlfriends, but I think they get rejected most of the time. And then it becomes a numbers game. Like, you have to keep asking girls out to get dates, and keep asking them out and asking them out and asking them out. And eventually you're going to find one who says yes, right? But that's kind of exhausting. And maybe they prefer to play video games than go through a numbers game, you know? It's just more difficult to find a date. And then a lot of women are flaky. Let's be real. A lot of them are flaky, and you ask them out and they say yes and they cancel on you. It's not easy. It can be difficult and annoying. And I think eventually what happens to the male mind is, or what happens to the human mind in general, is that the brain just says, okay, we've had enough. You know, there's something in the brain that just says, okay, we've had enough. We're turning the switch down. We're flipping the switch off. This urgency that you have to get a woman in your lip, turn that shit off. And so the guy just becomes indifferent. He becomes apathetic to the whole situation. And this actually is what has happened to me. You know, I've been through all that bullshit, getting canceled, getting flaked on, getting friend zoned, and all that. And eventually, I just came to the realization, man, these women, they just ignore them, and problem solved. Just completely ignore them. You know, but there's something in the male mind that wants us to white knight, right? And I think the phenomena of the white knight, right? The guy who wants to protect the woman and defend the woman and all this stuff. This is part of the natural instinct. You know, it's a natural instinct of the man to want to get the girl and want to possess her, and not possess her in a bad sense, but possess her in the sense that you get her to be yours. You want to secure her, you know, you want to defend her, that's all natural. But then we dismiss this natural inclination by calling it white knighting, and we kind of shame it. And the reason why we shame it is because maybe it's because white knighting is laughed upon by women. Women kind of see it as silly and stupid and all this stuff. I remember there was this one girl I really liked, and I remember opening the door for her because I was told that's the gentlemanly thing to do. And I remember opening the door for her, and she got upset with me, and she said, I can open up my own door. And I was like, okay, you know, and so the whole, you know, when we were really young, you know, our mothers told us to be gentlemen and told us that we should be sweet and kind and all this stuff. And then as you get older, you're like, wait a second, what? This is bullshit. You're just like, this is some bullshit. We've been lied to. You know, and even in the Catholic world, it's no different. It's no different at all. It's brutal. So you just come to the point of just saying fuck it, and that's it. You just say fuck it, and that's it. And you see, it's just, the whole thing is retarded, guys. The whole thing is just retarded. You know, and that's that. So you have to, and for years, I have been trying to find a woman in my life, and it's either she's crazy or she's into some weird belief system, like she believes in the whole rainbow cult, or she's part of some like weird Christian cult, and I refuse to agree to subscribe to her Christianity, and she doesn't like that, so it doesn't work out. Or you know, I had one case where a woman got into like hardcore speaking in tongues, and I was like, I'm not for that. and it didn't work out. The relationship did not work out because of that. There was one girl I knew who was into yoga, and I really liked this girl. She was very pretty, Italian American girl, but she was like hardcore into yoga. And I said, I will not approve of this. I just do not approve of yoga. I just cannot do it. And that was one thing. That was one thing. But eventually there were other issues there, and it just didn't work out. Yeah, little girls are told for their entire lives that they're daddy's little princess, and so they act like it. And as they get older, I converted my girlfriend from the rainbow cult. It worked. Oh, I see. And how long did that take you? But anyway, yeah, it's just there's so much dysfunction, and then the Catholic Church doesn't. The Catholic Church does not help at all. The Catholic Church is like, are you sure God doesn't want you to be a nun? And it's like, dude, God don't want most people to be nuns. That's a lie. Are you sure God doesn't want you to be a nun? So you have these women, they've gone through university and all this stuff, so they're like, should I be married? I don't know. And they'll wait for years. I heard this one story where it was a Catholic woman. She was, she dated this guy, and then she went out on let me think, hold on. She went out on some dates with this Catholic guy. They were both Catholic. And she was like, I don't know if I'm not sure. Maybe I should discern whether or not God wants me to be married or something. So she broke it off with the guy. She breaks it off with the guy. She waits 4 years. She's discerning, whether or not God wants her to be a nun. She waits 4 years. Then she meets the guy again, right? Or the guy who she dated 4 years before. The guy writes her on Facebook because he probably got lonely and he couldn't take it anymore. So he's like, hey, do you want to hang out sometime? And she says, yeah, sure. And then she goes on a date with him, and they continue dating, and eventually he proposes to her. And then they're engaged for 9 months. What was it? Yeah, they were engaged for 9 months, and then eventually they got married. But it's basically 5 years. Wow, that is crazy. 5 years, man. Because she was discerning whether or not, God wanted her to be a nun. And so, that was obviously bullshit. And that was a waste of time. And she didn't get married until she was 30 whatever years old, 34 or something. It's crazy, guys. But this is very common in the Catholic world, unfortunately. Women waiting, and they're 38 years old, and they're like, God wants me to be married. And it's like, God wants you to be married when you're 38. Are you sure about that? And every time I've ever gone out with a girl who was in her 30s, I've always regretted it. Always, I have regretted it. And then it's either, I remember there was this one girl I went out with. How old was she? She was 31. And in our second date, at our first date, she was super enthusiastic. We were laughing, we were joking, we were talking for hours. And it's like, wow, this is a lot of fun. I think this might be the one. And then the next date, the date lasted 2 hours, maybe even less than that. And she was very unenthusiastic, terrible mood. Not a terrible mood, but she was just blah, no energy, nothing. And she tells me that she's on medication. And I was just like, oh, here we go. She's on psych meds. She's on some kind of a psychotropic drug. And later on that night, she sends me a text saying, I don't think we should be together because my church, she was an Episcopalian. She says, my church is very important to me, and you're not really a part of my church life, so fuck you. And I just wrote her back and said, I agree. There was one girl that I met. She was 29 years old, 29 or 30 years old. She was a Catholic girl. We agreed to have a date. And I remember we agreed to meet on a Thursday, I remember. And I sent her a text the night before saying, hey, I just want to confirm. She takes hours to write me back, which was unusual because she always wrote back within a reasonable amount of time. Hours and hours and hours later, she writes me back and she says, well, let me backtrack here because there's a reason why I'm telling you guys this story. This girl, she usually would write back within a reasonable time, right? And then I wrote her something, I forgot what it was, and she took days to write back. So after a few days, I started wondering what happened. Whatever happened to this woman? She just ghosted me. I don't know, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna research her. So I found her on Facebook, and I start looking at her pictures on Facebook, and I'm thinking, what the hell is going on? In one photo, she looks like the girl that I knew, but then in other photos, she looked like a completely different person, right? Like you knew it was her, but it was like the face changed to a level where it was almost like a different person. And then I started remembering that she told me that she had a medical condition. She gave me the name of the condition. I forgot what it was, but it's basically a problem with the thyroid. And what this condition, so I'm like, wait a second, what's going on? So I looked into this condition and I found out that one of the symptoms of this condition is that your face literally changes. You get a new face. And this is real. Look it up. You can look this up. Moon face. Look up moon face. It's a real condition. And I don't think scientists even know where it comes from. Scientists can't explain where this comes from. So I'm thinking, like, whatever happened to this chick? So we were supposed to have our date, and she hadn't communicated with me for days, and I was wondering if she was even going to do it. And then she sends me a text the night before we were supposed to meet. And she says, I don't think we should get together. And I wrote back to her and I said, I agree. I have found your Facebook account and I have come to the conclusion that I don't want to meet you either. And she wrote back and said, wait, what did you see? And I didn't respond to her. But I knew exactly what her problem was. Her problem was that she had this thyroid condition that caused moon face, which means that if you marry this woman, this bitch gonna have two different personalities. You're basically married to two different women. Because not only does it change your face, it changes the personality as well. So it's like you got two women in one package. That's not a level of insanity that you want to deal with. That's scary. And eventually she did get married. She married some military guy. She married some soldier in the army. And it's like, did somebody tell him? Oh, I love you unconditionally, baby. Sure. Good luck with that. But there's just a lot of weirdness in dating, man. And there's a lot of struggle there. And there's just a lot of stuff there. And that's the reason why 6 out of 10 dudes aren't married. And that's why they're not just married, they're just single. Yeah, what a two-face. Yeah, literally 2 different faces, 2 different personalities. You can look this up. 2 different faces, 2 different personalities. So it's like you're married to 2 women in one package. Oof, that sounds demonic. It's like you're dealing with a possessed person, I think. It's like, or at least it's as if you're dealing with a possessed person. She was a real piece of work. She had a very severe case of bipolar disorder, amongst many other things. Yeah, it's something you don't want to deal with. Mental illness. As soon as I hear a woman has mental illness, I just run the other way. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with mental illness. I don't want to be that guy who's stuck in a house with a crazy woman, and I got a kid with her, and the kid is like, why is mommy cutting herself? I just can't deal with that. I can't. I'd rather die alone. I'd rather die alone. I don't want to deal with that bullshit. So yeah, lethal one. So there's just a lot of issues there. There's a lot of dysfunction there. You know, there was one girl that I went out with who's a very attractive lady. She was 27 years old, 28 years old. She was an American girl, and like America, she was armed with the proper ballistics, if you know what I mean, and a very attractive lady. And I remember she was telling me about her life. And she starts telling me about her mother. And she started telling me that her mother was having a 10-year affair. cheating on her husband for 10 years. Her mother was cheating on her father. I'm thinking, okay, that's a red flag right there, because women kind of come out like their moms. So you kind of know what you're getting when you look at the mom. You're getting a sample of what you're going to end up with. And she told me that her mother liked to smoke weed. And that when she was very young, her mother would give her marijuana. So she was already taking drugs at a young age. Her mother would give her sleeping pills just to shut her up. Another sign of extreme dysfunction. But it's like, okay, that's her mom, and maybe she's not like her mother, so you give her the benefit of the doubt. And she told me that she was at one point a cam girl. And I was like, well, what do you mean a cam girl? And she said, well, I would strip for random men on the internet. And I said, well, did you get paid for that? She said, no, I did it for free. And I said, well, why would you do that for free? She said, attention. She said, I wanted male validation. And I was just like, oh my God, this is insane. So, all these red flags, a lot of women are just walking red flags, and they play mind games. They will always, not always, but many times, especially when they're younger and better looking, they will tend to play mind games with the man. Things like they'll ignore the guy, and they like to see the guy kind of get on their hands and knees for them. Then they go with the guy who ignores them. So there's all these little mind games that are done, and it's very fucked up, guys. It's a very messed up situation. It is. The dating world is brutal. Now, it doesn't have to be brutal. I think that if you just look at a woman and you can say, okay, maybe she's normal, But I think that once you see red flags, I think you should run. I think once you see mental illness, and I'm not going to sit here and say, well, let your own opinion dictate it. I'm going to give you straight up advice. If you see mental illness, run. Just run. Because you ain't going to cure her, and you ain't going to be her psychiatrist. She's taking pills, she's taking whatever, Prozac. I mean, I run the other way. That's my opinion. Because she crazy. That bitch crazy. So yeah, these are the reasons. Now they want to blame porn. It's like, well, that's a bunch of horseshit. Because why are these? You think a man wants to choose looking at porn over going with a real woman? I don't believe that. I don't think most men. I think if most men had the choice, they would be with a real woman than porn. Right? So I'm not going to sit here and blame porn. That doesn't make any sense. The reason why men watch porn is because they're horny. And why are they so desperately horny? Because they ain't got nobody in their lives. Porn is not the cause. Porn is a symptom of the problem. I've been single for 7 years now. Some men these days are too stupid. Are you a woman or a guy? I don't know. Don't put your junk in crazy. Absolutely. You should take dance classes. Dancing women are very classy and beautiful. I should take swing dancing maybe. Right? Maybe that I can find the classy ladies there. Maybe. Who knows? I think it's time for a drink. So I'm going to get myself a drink, guys. Hold on. Oh, you're a woman. So why do you choose to be single? What's the motivation there? This is beer, homemade beer. from burdock roots. That is delicious. You don't like unchristian guys, but there's plenty of men who are Christian. So how come you can't find a Christian guy? I don't get it. Like every church I've been to a lot of churches in America, both Catholic and Protestant. And every church I've been to, there's always a bunch of desperate single dudes walking around. What beer are you having? This is a burdock beer. Beautiful color. Beautiful flavor. This is completely homemade. Better than any store-bought beer. See you later. See you later, Guts. Oh, we gotta get some. Let's get some music here. So today's song is a Baroque song from the 18th century or 17th century, one of those, composed by a French Baroque composer named Michel Lambert. This song is called Vos mépris chaque jour, which means I have no idea, but I'll read the lyrics here. Lyrics are very I actually don't know the lyrics. Oh, hold on. Let me try to find the lyrics here. Hold on. The lyrics, I need to prepare for these streams way more, because sometimes I just come on here and I'm like, what am I going to talk about? I have no idea, whatever my brain tells me to. But I really need to like put things together more. And I think if I find something interesting, I should say, you know what, this would be a good thing to talk about during the stream, and I should document it. And that way, when I do the stream, I can just like open up my notes and bam, I have everything in front of me. I really need to do that. So the name of this song is called Vos mépris chaque jour, which means your contempt every day causes me 1,000. Your contempt every day causes me 1,000 alarms, but I cherish my lot, though harsh. Alas, if in my troubles I find so many charms, I would die of pleasure if I were happier. I'm going to read that to you guys again. Your contempt, so this is a love song. So he's telling the woman, your contempt of me every day causes me 1,000 alarms, meaning you give me anxiety. You give me dread, you give me despair. But I cherish my lot, meaning you reject me, but I am content with the situation that I'm in. But I cherish my lot, though harsh as it is. Alas, if in my troubles I find so many charms, I would die of pleasure if I were happier. So basically, this is a very melancholic song. So let's play it. Very beautiful piece of music from the French Baroque genre. So let's give it a listen. That's a beautiful piece of music. Anyway, somebody asked me about Hurricane Hillary. So for the first time in like 84 years, LA is going to be hit by a hurricane called Hurricane Hillary. Will it be a big deal? I don't know. Some people say that it's possible that it'll be a big deal. I read here that Hurricane Hillary will weaken to a tropical storm by the time it reaches Southern California, but it'll bring heavy rains, so we'll see. I don't know. I'm not a expert on this. Peaks Category 4. Rain and wind are expected to peak Monday morning. Who knows what's going to happen, guys? I'm not God. I don't control the weather. Oh, listen to that. I suppose to open a nice French wine. Chateauneuf du Pape. Absolutely, my friend. I like the violin. It's a beautiful piece of music. Hurricane Hillary Clinton. Yep, we all knew the memes were coming out of that. They don't understand what I believe in, and we have our differences. So I'm not going to listen to someone who dictates my life that contradicts the Bible. I see. So everybody's a heretic, it seems. Bunch of heretical men just walking around spoiling it for everybody. Goose Hunter thinking about picking up La Mêlée Chateauneuf du Pape. I love that word in the French language. Du pape. Du pape. Du pape. Du pape. Du pape, my friends. Look at this beautiful beer that I made. Look at this beautiful beer. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Got this on tap. Got this on tap, y'all. Look at that. Look at that fizz. Look at that fizz. Look at that. The bubbly, the fizziness, the refreshment. Bitter, sour, earthy, slightly sweet, delicious aftertaste, fizziness, refreshment, just beauty. Absolutely, we are going to be doing musical recommendations. So let's begin with the musical recommendations. and we'll see. Maybe I will the Burdock. I want to open up a bar, and I want to call it Burdock. But I don't want it to be like one of them poor ass bars where all the people play pool. Nah, I don't want that. I want like a sophisticated bar, right? Beautiful atmosphere. I want like Chinese lanterns. Dude, I want that music. This is the kind of music I want playing at my bar. What was the name of that song that somebody in the last musical recommendation, somebody recommended to me a song by some guy who calls himself Samurai. Dude, this is the kind of... I want to have a bar. My dream is to have a bar. We'll have like red lanterns everywhere. Red lanterns, Asian symbols everywhere. I want like triad gangster music playing in the back. I want to serve like pot stickers, Asian beers, European beer. They have a good diversity of beers. I love Chinese beer, Japanese beer, European beer. We'll do some American beers like Texas Lone Star, Shiner, good American beers. Oh, I love me a Coors Banquet. That's a really good beer. I love Coors. I think I can't drink too much Coors Banquet because of my gout. But I love Coors Banquet. I think the best American beers, I would say Coors Banquet, Shiner. I would say Shiner is number one, Coors Banquet, and then I'll definitely put what's the name of that beer? What's it called? It's an American beer in Pennsylvania. What's it called? They make it in Pennsylvania. Yuengling. So I want to have Yuengling, American Yuengling, Coors Banquet, and Shiner. Those are three really good American beers. Those are probably the best American beers. Michelob Ultra is very good also. I love me a Michelob Ultra. Or the original Michelob is even better. Good Michelob. So let's just have a good diversity of beers. But the house specialty, right? But I want to serve Asian cuisines. I want to serve like pot stickers, like steamed pork dumplings, steamed dumplings with vegetables. I want to have like steamed dumplings stuffed with vegetables, stuffed with burdock root. I've had burdock dumplings are really good. So like pork and burdock in a dumpling, or pork and minced beef in a dumpling, right, to keep it kosher. Drizzled with chili oil. I mean, green onions and chili oil and ginger. And I want like a dark atmosphere. I don't want too much bright lights. I want a dimmed, low light atmosphere. Chinese lanterns, red light. Oh my God in heaven. And I want this kind of music playing in the back. But I want Burdock to be the specialty beer will be this. This will be the house special. And we'll make it. We'll make it in the brewery. I want to own a farm where I'll hire workers. We'll grow our own burdock, hire people to do all the harvesting, and then we'll process it. We'll make the beer in the brewery. Make the beer, and then the roots that are left over, or the roots that remain from the brewing process, because you don't keep the roots in the drink, obviously not. So what do you do with the roots after they've been used for beer production? Very easy. You take those roots, you chop them up, you put them into dumplings. So like have all these different burdock dishes, like burdock dumpling, stir-fried burdock with pork, stir-fried burdock with sesame seeds and rice, soup with burdock, just different recipes, a lot of spiciness, and the beer, like this will be the specialty beer. And the name of the bar will be called Burdock. That'll be the name of the bar. And the name of the drink will be Beer Dock. I've been thinking about this. And I want to live stream. I would live stream the bar. How strong is this beer? It's strong enough for me to talk the way I'm talking right now. This is it's definitely the alcohol level is definitely above your average beer. maybe 6% alcohol. Szechuan. Ooh, yes. Szechuan peppercorns, baby. Guinness. I'm not too crazy about Guinness. It's a little too sweet for me. But I've heard that Guinness in Ireland is better than Guinness in America, so I'm not sure. 3 cases of Coors Banquet. Dude, Coors Banquet is, I'm telling you, it is like, it's in the top list, man, of American beers. It is so good. So good. Austria, Utopia. Definitely, yeah, we'll play all your guys' music. I want this kind of music playing in my bar. I want this playing. I want this music playing in my bar. Dude, I want this kind of music playing. Dude, I want this. So then I want to play, it's like, I'll play this, but I also want to play something like this. If you ever go to a P.F. Chang's, dude, they got the best music at P.F. Chang's. Be playing that lo-fi Asian music. It sounds so good. Let me see if I can play it. Hold on. P.F. Chang's. No, I don't want this. No, I don't want that either. I like this. I want this. I want music like this. I want like lo-fi Asian. I want this right here. No, this is good. I want this. And everything that I want. Something like, not this. I want like P.F. Chang's music. Let me think here. Is this also an example? Let me see. Nah, this ain't good. Nah, I don't like that. Chinese restaurant. Is this good? No. Asian-inspired lo-fi beats. Okay, fast forward. Something like this. This would be nice. This will be relaxing. This will be nice. This is nice. Oh, this is good. I like this. Now, there was a very good video game that came out over 10 years ago. It was called Sleeping Dogs. One of the greatest video games ever made was a game called Sleeping Dogs. Sleeping Dogs was a masterpiece of a video game that came out in like 2011, 2012, one of those years. And it was so good, I couldn't stop playing this game. I played the entire game. I did all the side quests. I did everything. I love this game. And the game is about this American Asian police officer who goes to China and he works with the triads. And he is investigating the triads in China. And it's such a good game. There's so many fun like gun battles and fights and machine gun action. But there is some of the best music I have ever heard in this game. One of the best pieces of music I ever heard from a video game was a piece called Dragon Dreams. This is the kind of music I want to play if I have a bar, like an Asian-inspired bar. Okay, so someone asked me to play Austria Utopia, so let's listen to this. So we're going into like pop disco type music.
I live in a city full of people I don't know. People riding highways from the workplace to the home.
Very relatable lyrics.
Raise my hand and see the different lights, but I only wanna hold your hand, my golden light. I can picture a place where everybody feels it too.
I like it. It's
It might be fiction, but I see I'm there. There's nothing I wouldn't do. There's nothing I wouldn't do.
I like it. This is good. This is good stuff.
I'm bound to make her cry, a golden light.
117 Rebels says, "I love shrimp fried rice and sweet and sour chicken." Absolutely, absolutely. You can't beat that shit, man. Oh, you can't beat that shit. Sapporo or Asahi Japanese beer. Everything. Eventually, Tsingtao. I think Tsingtao is superior to those Japanese beers. You blasted this car in your song with the subs going. Everyone was like, "What the f?" That's awesome. Okay, I like this song, but I like this. This is nice. This is nice. Ooh, that's a different dimension of sound right there. I've never seen someone do that. They just go like super high pitched like that, and it sounds almost rigid and rough, but there's something nice about it at the same time. Ooh, ooh, that's nice. I like that. That's a really nice touch. Let's hear that again. Let's hear that again. So she's singing almost monastically. It sounds kind of like female Gregorian chant. Let's hear this. I like this. I like this. I like it. There's it shifts. There's different layers of sound to it. There's a lot of passion. It has a disco pop type of sound. The one part where she goes really high pitch in her voice in an almost Gregorian chant sort of way, I think is creative. It adds a very nice touch to the song. I'll give this song a solid 8. I mean, this is a good song. But I give the floor to the Parliament. What do you guys rate Austria Utopia? What do you guys rate this piece? I give it a solid 8 out of 10. Goose Hunter gives it a 7 out of 10. Okay. Joshua George gives it a 7 out of 10. I think this is a solid song. This is really nice. I'm going to save this one. This is a really good piece of music. I like it. This is really good. That I can't do it. I love this part here. I like this. That's good. It's creative. There's shifts. There's changes. Goose Hunter gives it an 8 out of 10. Not bad. 6.5 to 7 out of 10. Yeah, these are all fair judgments, I would say. Okay, so let's go to the next song. First one was Austria something. So somebody's asked me... Do You Call My Name by R.A. Okay, let's play this. Raw, Do You Call My Name? Okay, we got a little Indian Middle Eastern fusion going on. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. This is nice. Okay, this is okay, yeah. Kind of reminds me of that song. I forgot the lyrics of it. I forgot the name of the song, but it's like, da da, I'll take you on. Da da, I'll take on anyone. Da 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 na. Da da. I forgot. Oh, what was that song? Da da, I'll take you on. Da. Headstrong by, that's what this song reminds me of. That headstrong, I'll take you on, but I'll take on anyone. That's what it reminds me of. Let's hear more.
Some people seem to think they always know what's best for you.
Okay, so we're getting a... I'm sorry about that, Alex. I missed your song. Your song will be next after this one, I promise. I'm getting a little bit of a corn sound to this.
Minds try to create a world to keep you still. The boat is from the key, just like you saw this, don't you lie. At first you cry and then you hate those people stole you away. Do as you were told, and maybe they'll let you off.
Okay. little poppy chorus.
You might be full of doubt. Don't try to escape, 'cause you don't have nowhere to go. If nothing is your face, there's no scenario. No nothing. Do you call my name? Do you stain my brain? My eyes are blurry and I can't see you anymore.
Okay. Kind of reminds me of like a mix between Korn, that song Headstrong, and maybe even like a little mix of maybe like a little Maroon 5 almost. A little Maroon 5 kind of noise there.
Do you call my name? Do you breathe my pain? You beg for help, but
Okay, hold on. We're hitting a transition point. When I'm listening to music, I'm always looking for transitions. Okay, is there a transition point, or does the song just repeat itself over and over again? I'm looking for a shift in the tempo. I'm looking for a shift in the emotion. If I don't find that shift, then to me the song is whatever.
doubt. Don't try to escape.
Okay, so we're hitting a transition point here. Okay. All right, now we're in a different emotion. That's nice. Okay. So I mean, it's okay, and I'm getting a little Maroon 5 vibes from it, kind of a little bit of that Headstrong type song. It's okay, it's not the best. I mean, I would give the song a 5 out of 10. It's not bad, but it's not as good as the first one. But I will give the floor to the Parliament. What do you guys think of "Do You Call My Name" by Raw? So Goose Hunter gives it a 6.5 out of 10. That's a fair assumption. That's a fair rating. Yeah, I'll give it like a 5 or 6 out of 10. It's not the best thing. Barara Barara by I love Barara Barara by Rashid Taha. It's a great piece of music. I love that song. Barara Barara da 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 na da na 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 Barara Barara da na na da 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 da. That's a great piece of music. I'll play that one just for the hell of it. Somebody asked me to play Money Machine by 100 Pieces. 117 Rebel gives it a 7 out of 10. Sweet Boy Faye gives it a 5 out of 10. How about Britain language? Blah, 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 blah. All right, let's play Alex's recommendation, Money Machine by 100 Gex, whatever that means. This is a rap song. Money Machine, 18 million views for this.
Hey, you little piss baby. You think you're so fucking cool, huh? You think you're so fucking ghost? You're like a big boy coming with the big strap. I feel so cool. Like a money machine. Big boys coming with the big truck. Feel so cool. Like a money machine. Big boys coming with the big truck. Feel so cool. Like a money machine.
Okay.
I'm trying to get it right. Said it all before. Said it once again. I'm better all alone. Tell me what to do. I'm trying to go to bed. Party every day. I'm trying to get it.
Okay, so I'm getting like, this is definitely some Gen Z shit. But from what I'm hearing here, I'm getting a little bit of Bass Hunter. There's like some hip hop influence in this, little Bass Hunter. A little bit of the I guess you could call alterated voice is okay. But just to have it for the whole song is a little much, I think. A little too much for me. But let's hear some more of it. But there's definitely like a kind of a Euro techno / hip hop fusion in this song. It's overly saturated, this song. There's too much saturation of this high pitched voice. Maybe if they did that for like the chorus, it'd be a little bit better, and then have a real vocals for the verses. Let's hear some more. Is this American? What is this music? I've never heard of this in my life. 100 Gex. Is this an American band or what? Are they European? Is this like a German thing? What is this? 100 Gex. What the hell is this? American musical. Is this this better be not? This better be kosher. This better not be some weird LGBT kind of shit. You hear? St. Louis, Missouri. I'm not surprised. Dylan Brady and Laura. What the frick? Is this some trans shit? Oh my god. I'm out. 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10. Shit, garbage. Yeah. I give this song a 0 out of 10. One of the singers is a guy who calls himself a woman. I'm out. 0 out of 10. The Knesset says 0. Goose Hunter gives it a 3. The Knesset, I hold on. I propose the death penalty. What do you guys think? Death penalty? I know we have 3 judges who can override my proposal, my decision. I propose death penalty. Justice Copium from Croatia says he is in favor of the death penalty. Joshua George gives it a yes. Who was the third judge? We had 3 judges. Who was the third judge? It was Chopium, Joshua, and then who was the third one? Who was the third judge? 117 Rebel. The Knesset is voting in favor of death. I propose the death penalty. Rusty. Okay, Rusty is not here right now, but the absence of a judge does not constitute as an inadequate quorum. I propose death. The 2 judges propose. Now the rule that I'm making a new rule right now. If one of the judges is absent, then the decision has to be unanimously the president, me, the 2 judges, and the parliament. Looks like the parliament is saying yes. This song gets a death penalty. That's it. It's dead. What should be the method of death? Somebody proposed electric chair. Somebody proposed electric chair. By axe? Goose Hunter says by axe. I'm going to leave the method of death up to the... I propose... You know what? I propose the axe. But I'm gonna the axe, and somebody suggested electric chair. Chopium and Joshua George, what do you think? What should be the method of death? Death by snoo snop. Snoo? 117 proposes burning. So we have burning. Wait, Chopium already proposed the death penalty? What was the electric chair? Oh, Justice Copium is in favor of the death penalty. The song should be drawn, quartered, and then set aflame just for the sake of it. I agree. Joshua George, what method of death do you propose? Susan suggests guillotine. Drown in a volcano. Lethal injection. That's that's too humane, man. I like the Croatian method. We'll go with drawn and quartered and burned alive. All right, that's it. The court has been adjourned. This song will be drawn and quartered and burned alive. That is the end. Done. Okay, next one, please. Austria Utopia, we got that one already. Brandenburg concert number 3. Yeah, you're talking Bach. We're gonna play some Bach. We have to wash the palate after listening to this abomination. Good God Almighty, what a bunch of shit. Let's hear this. Oh, I mean, come on, you can't beat this. I mean, you can't beat this. This is really good. Definitely a solid 10. I mean, this is a solid 10 out of 10. Like, this is a classic piece of music. The emotion is there. There's shifts. There's little changes in the emotion. There's different changes in the expression. It's just da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, 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 bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-da. Oh, Rusty Shackelford is here. You just missed it. We had an execution. Joshua George gives 9 out of 10. Goose Hunter gives it a 9 out of 10. Edwin Weber gives it a Beethoven or bust. Ode to Joy beats Bach any day. Okay. Nigel Smith gives it a 10 plus. I agree. It's a very good piece of music. Rusty gives it a 9 out of 10. Rusty just missed the execution. We were looking for you because we needed a third judge. But I decided, because Rusty's not here and it was a serious matter and we couldn't wait for you to come, I made a new rule saying that if a judge is absent, then the decision to execute a song would be determined by the two judges, the president and the parliament. What else do we got here? Oliver Shanty Macau Kyoto from Goose Hunter. Okay, let's give this a listen. Tai Chi. Okay. Playing this at the bar. That flute comes in. Okay. Okay, I'm just waiting for the shift. I mean, this is the kind of music you listen to if you're doing Tai Chi. You know, it's relaxing. If you're reading a book, it's a relaxing piece of music. I wouldn't say it's a great piece of music. I mean, it's okay. I give this a song a 6 out of 10. But what does the Parliament think? What is? How would you recommend? How would you rate Oliver Shanty and Friends Macau Kyoto? How would you guys How would you guys rate this? You're killing me. Oh wait, close enough. Thank you for playing. Tie my shoe. Tie my shoe. Rusty gives it a 7 out of 10. Joshua George gives it a 7. I think that's a fair assessment. 7 out of 10 from Robbie 99. $117 Rebel gives it an 8 out of 10. Nigel gives it an 8. Add a beat note, lyrics, and you must play Tie My Shoe. You will bust up after what you just played. 6.5 out of 10. Okay, we'll play everybody's music. No worry, I'll get to everybody. 80s classic, Don't Go by Yazoo. Is this another Asian piece of music? I wonder. Don't Go by Yazoo. Okay, 1980s techno. I mean, this is great music if you're installing tile and you need to listen to some music. It's very typical 80s music. It's okay. I'll give it like a 4 out of 10. It's not my favorite. I'll give it like a 5 out of 10. I don't think it's that great, but it's okay. But I give it up to the Parliament. What do you guys rate Yazoo, Don't Go? Oh, hold up. Oh, hold up. Here's a new addition to the song. Let's hear this again. Oh, wow. I raise it to a 5 out of 10. I give it a 5 out of 10. Joshua gives it a 6 out of 10. Robbie gives it a 2 out of 10. Malabalakia gives it a 4. 117 Rebel gives it a 5 out of 10. Rare Pierre Copium gives it a 2 out of 10. Goosener gives it a 6 out of 10. And Rusty Shackleford gives it a 5 out of 10. Joshua George gives it 3 out of 10. Nigel Smith gives it a 4 out of 10. Okay. What else do we have to listen to? What else do we got? Okay, Chopium, Barra Barra by Rachid Taha. This is a really good piece of music. This is a middle. We're going to North Africa here. Barra Barra da 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 da. This is perfect music for when you're fighting terrorists. Everybody, when you're fighting the terrorists, this is what you want to listen to. If I was about to go fight me some terrorists, I want this playing on the way of the battle. Here we go. Now, come on, you can't beat this song. This song is so good, guys. This is the song from my childhood. When I first saw Black Hawk Down, I just loved the movie, and I loved the music in the movie. It's such a good piece of music. Let's hear it. You have that Middle Eastern oud in the back, and then you have this heavy riff. Let's hear this.
برا الحزن البغض والزوارة برا الحزن ما بقى امان برا العطش والناس منحوسين برا لا حرمة الظلم والعبودية برا نشفوا الميدان هلكوا الأوراق برا النجوم تفضل قد الشمس برا ما بقى خير لسه.
So barra barra means, now this is not really Arabic, although it's very similar to Arabic and there's a lot of overlap with Arabic in this language. This guy is speaking a North African language, which is very close to Arabic. It's a Semitic language, but this is like Berber. That's what you're listening to. You're listening to the Berber language. So this is the language that's closer to what Hannibal would have spoken, right? What the Carthaginians would have spoken, you know, the guys who went over the Alps to invade Rome. That's what these guys are that's what this guy is singing. So this is an ancient language, and it's a Semitic language, but it's closer to that of the Carthaginian or even to the Canaanite language. So it's ancient stuff, guys. This is basically Berber. Let's hear some more. So he's saying barra barra, which means out, right? Get out. And he's saying barra barra, and then he's saying sadness, hate, and the reign of arbitrary destruction. So he's saying out, you know, destruction, jealousy, and he's saying out, there is no trust left. It's a very poetic piece of music about the depression, you know, the depressing condition of human life. Out, thirst, and people are unlucky, no honor but oppression and slavery. He's saying out, rivers were dried up and seas have ruined everything. Stars are switched off and the sun went down. There are no trees left and the birds stopped singing. There are neither days nor nights left, darkness only. There is no beauty left. So that's what he says here. So let's hear it. And then we have this sort of a Middle Eastern dulcimer that's playing in the back. Let's hear it. And there's an intensification of the tempo here. So the tempo is being intensified. That drum beat comes in the back. And he continues on, and he says, time has increased. There is no honor left. Ruin and war, and the blood is flowing. There are only walls left, walls standing up. Fear and people remain silent. Sadness, hate, and the reign of... It says arbitrary, but I'm guessing he's saying like arbitrary justice or something. Destruction, jealousy, there is no trust left. Rivers were dried up and the seas have ruined everything. Stars are switched off and the sun went down. Barra, barra, and he whispers it. So let's hear it.
برا الخوف والناس ساكتين برا الحزن البغض والزوارة برا الحزن ما بقى امان برا نشفوا الودان هلكوا الحورات برا النجوم تفاضل كت الشمس
He goes barra barra, and this sort of kind of Beastly Boys hip hop rhythm starts playing. Let's hear this. So here's the transition. See, in every song that I listen to, I'm looking for the transition. Where's the transition? If this song were to go the entire song, then I would say it's a mediocre song. But because he has switches in the tempo, right? He begins with the riff, but then he goes. There's a dulcimer or there's a string instrument solo, and then the beat in the back comes up, and so it intensifies the tempo of the song. Now we're going into another transition point here with this sort of heavy hip hop noise. Let's hear some more.
برا برا مقاصد السعادة ولا زهر برا برا ما بقاش جوز سكتوا الطيور برا برا ما بقى ليل نهار والظلمة برا برا بين الجنة ما بقى سين برا برا أكتر زمان ما بقات حرمة.
So he's making the listeners suspenseful, right? He's building up the suspense. He's building up the suspense to the climax of the song, which is really nice.
برا برا الفسخ الحرب بالدم التسيل برا برا الحيطان واقفين برا برا الخوف والناس ساكتين برا برا الحزن البعد والسوارة برا برا الفسد الحزن ما بقى امان برا برا نجم الفار دقت الشمس برا برا ما
So eventually he's gonna hit this high point, and it's gonna be basically like a heavy, like a heavy metal song.
ولا السعادة ولا الزهر برا برا ما بقاش جوع سكتوا الطيور برا برا ما بقى ليل نهار غير الظلمة برا برا ربنا ما بقات حرمة.
So yeah, so this is the point where he hits that metal point. Let's hear it. This is the apex of the song. So there's the beginning, there's the middle, and then there's this high point in the song. So the song is very well structured. All right, and then it transitions to the end. So I give the song a solid. I give it a solid 10 out of 10. Well, 9.5 out of 10. I'll leave it at that. It's a very good piece of music, but I give the floor to the Parliament. Goose Hunter gives it a 7.5 out of 10. Rusty gives it an 8. Robbie 99 gives it a 10 out of 10. Yeah. All right, so let's play some more. Somebody asked me to play. Okay. What's the next piece of music? Susan gives it a 10. Nigel gives it a 9.9. Malka Bhatia gives it a 9. Joshua George gives it a 9.7 out of 10. I'm going to get to your song, Your Humble Servant. But I want to see if anybody else... Let's see. Somebody recommended to me Tie My Shoe. All right, let's play this one. Chinese freestyle rap.
2 3 Microphone testing 1 2 3 In the place to be. What's up, everybody? My name is Tai Myself, and I am going to rapping for you today. Just a little freestyle. But first and foremost, I like to thanking Wody style beyond compare for getting my belt back and helping me promoting my skills. And in return, I will teach them how to make $1 million. Wow, and when you hit, you'll be like, wow, I don't believe. So simple. No skill involved at all. I could have found that myself. And you say, what the hell? I don't believe. Check it out though. I was cruising down the street in my Impala. They asked me who the girl in the car. That's just my baby mama. Don't give a fuck about the hoe. I sucked that bitch in the jaw. Got some pies and pulled the nails off her toes. Cause I'm too sick. Give me the heebie-jeebies. Breaking all the houses. Steal all the TVs. Kick your daddy in the pee-pee. Yeah, as you can see, I run around the corner and laughing. Hee hee hee. Put your mama in a headlock or a full Nelson. Then I let your neighbor watch Chinese dude named Wilson. Then I rape his mama cause I'm too sick. Singing Ishan Shaka done do shit. Get back in my Impala. Sick ass 82. 39 cents. And McDonald's, baby. And I wish it was Wednesday. Then go to school.
That's a nice laugh. I'm not even gonna rate it. I don't know how much I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't think the Parliament wants. If I'm gonna help save your song. If I give the floor to the Parliament, they might wish death on this song. So, death sentence. Yeah, Rob, you already have a member of Parliament asking for the death penalty. I'm gonna save your friend's life, and I'm not gonna give the floor to the Parliament on this one. What else do we got here? 9 out of 10 French. I like to watch the French. Blah, 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 blah. Draw a quarter. Okay, what's the next song? 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 Okay. Sweet Body Fit, you want to find your old video of you playing the trumpet? Go ahead. Help you find it. Dal Desi Hebredis. Okay. Here we go. So those pipes, they add a good touch to this song. like the Julian pipes that play in the back. I give it a 5 out of 10. It's not that great, but I do like the Julian pipes are really what give justice to this piece of music. What do you guys rate this piece of music? Dao Desi or whatever it's called. What do you guys rate this music? I really love these Julian pipes, man. Those are really good pipes. Let's hear this. I wish the whole song was the pipes. If the whole song was the pipes and the electronic beats in the back, I think it would be perfect. I think that's pretty good. I mean, I give it like a 5 out of 10. But now, what do you guys rate it? Susan gives it a 6. Susan gives it a 6.5 out of 10. Your Humble Servant gives it a 4. Robbie 99 gives it a 5 out of 10. Nigel Smith gives it a 4. Devin Hoppe gives it a 5. Rusty Shackhover gives it a 4 out of 10. George gives it a 4 out of 10. Catherine Gapple gives it a whatever smiley face. Okay, so what is the next one? What's the next song? What's the next one? Somebody recommended to me a Linkin Park song. Linkin Park Massive. Let's hear this one. All right, let's give this one Massive. I think this is from 4 months ago. I'm amazed that Linkin Park is still making music. Wow. Immediately I'm hit with that industrial heavy sound that I love from Linkin Park. Let's hear some more. I'm sold. I mean, this is good. I saw it came out a month ago. I'm like, wait, they're still making music? And I'm just like, what? So I clicked on it, and I'm just like, wow. Like, I'm already hit with that industrial sound right in the beginning. You know, that classic Linkin Park sound? You play it, and boom, it hits you. And I'm liking this. Oh, this is good. Let's hear some more. There's a lot of different levels of sound here. There's different emotions that are being felt, different emotions being expressed. Let's hear it. And I just love this wave of this like soaring wave of sound that comes in. It's overwhelming. I love it. Has that industrial sound, very heavy, very emotional. A lot of despair. There's a lot of sadness in there. Oh, this is good. I like this. This is magical. Let's hear more. got that classic industrial sound with the drums. And we hit it with that new metal sound that I love, that love it. So it has this heavy solo, and then it just quickly transitions back into the chorus. Very emotion driven, very riveting, very just bittersweet. Let's hear some more. Oh, this is good. This is a solid 10 out of 10. Without a doubt, without any hesitation. I don't even have to think about it. Solid 10 out of 10. I love the beginning. Let's hear the beginning again. Now, what are the lyrics? Because the lyrics are kind of... now, I was mistaken. I thought this was a new song that they made. But reading the comments, it looks like this is an old song that they just didn't release until now. So... wow. And it definitely sounds kind of, it has that demo sound to it because the voices are being drowned out by the noise, but that's okay. That's okay. It has its own unique sound. But let's hear the beginning. Oh, it's good. Oh yeah. That's the kind of music I like. I like the music that just sucks you right in the beginning. It sucks you right in from the beginning. Boom. I give it a solid 10. The Floor gives it, Parliament gives it 8.7 out of 10. Rusty Shackleford gives it an 8 out of 10. Still sounds the same from the late 90s, early 2005. It's a 5. Oh, no wonder you're single. She gives Linkin Park a 5. A 5? This is... okay. That was a joke. I didn't mean to be insulting, but I can't believe you gave this song a 5, but whatever. Robbie gives it an 8 out of 10. Nigel gives it a 10 plus. Goose Hunter gives it a 9 out of 10. I'm glad there's no screaming. Sometimes the screaming can be a little obnoxious, but I like this. The instruments in this song, they just go very well. Signing off. All right, good night, Robbie. Somebody recommended to me another song here. I think this is the best song I've heard tonight so far. This is definitely the best song. Men at Work, I Can See It in Your Eyes. Let's hear this one. Susan gives it a 9. Men at Work, I Can See It in Your Eyes. Let's hear this. Oh, this has a classic 80s sound to it. So I automatically know this is an 80s sound. I'm liking this one. I like that rhythm in the beginning. It has that melancholic, bittersweet 80s sound that I love. Kind of reminds me of like the Outfields or maybe the Police. Let's hear some more. I think that I'll be going now. Oh, I like that. I like that. Men at Work were a very good band. I like Who can it be now? Who can it be now? I like that. So let's hear this.
I think I've stayed a little long. I looked up all my mother's recipes. I can't think what I did wrong. We go to a restaurant, but you don't like wine. You say it's love you want, but there is no time. I realize.
I like the lyrics of this song. I'm liking the lyrics. I looked up all my mother's recipes. I can't think what I did wrong. Is this like a figurative way of saying I did exactly what my mother told me to do with women and it failed me? Why do mothers give bad advice to men? Just be a sweetie pie. That doesn't work. I don't know why. I don't know why mothers give that advice. Maybe it's because they come from a different time. I don't know. But he says, I looked up my mother's recipes. I can't think what I did wrong. We go to a restaurant, but you don't like wine. You say it's love you want, but there is no time. Oh, I love it. Because women always say they want love, but they don't want to love you. They always say, I just want a man to love me, but not you. I realize I can see it in your eyes. You keep staring at the floor. Let's hear some more of this music. This is good.
I can see it in your eyes. You keep staring at the floor. I used to look at your school photographs, but I don't have them anymore. I wonder who's in my old college rooms, or stuck on my ships at sea on a stormy night. I wish that it was me, but I wake in fright. I realize I can see it in your eyes. Help to blame.
So I'm getting like almost like punk sounds to it. It sounds really nice. I like this. I'm gonna save this song.
Like chasing wild geese in the snow.
I'm liking that 80s sound. I don't know how to describe it. It's like that 80s sound in the back. That I like it.
On the window pane, but that's a long, long time ago. We got to a restaurant. You say it's love you want. I realize I can see it in your eyes. You're moving on to something more.
I like it. I like the lyric. Lyrically, this is really good. Musically, it's also good. I like the lyrics. I realize I can see it in your eyes. You're moving on to something more. Yep, absolutely. I think we've all been there. I like this song. I'm going to give this a solid 8 out of 10. I really like it. But what does the Parliament say? What does the Parliament say about the song I Can See It in Your Eyes by Men at Work, the Australian band? I really like the beginning of this song. I like this. I like how it begins. It's a really good beginning.
By your leave, I think that I'll be going now. I think I've stayed a little long.
I like the rhythm of the beat. I like the first half is really good. Susan gives it a 7. Goose Hunter gives it a 7. Good night, Andres Lopez. Pure Chopium gives it a 5 out of 10. Malkabatia gives it an 8 out of 10. Okay. Okay, what other songs do people recommend? We already did Massive by Linkin Park. That was really good. Song, Coup d'etat, Too Young for Promise. Too Young for Promises. Okay, this is Malka Batia's recommendation. Nigel gives it a 7. Well, your name is Nigel. Are you Australian? Might be an Australian bias here. Hey, Nigel. Nigel. Is Nigel Australian? Coup d'etat. Too Young for Promises. Hey, Bruce. Hey, Wendy. I think I've heard this song before. Yeah, this song, it just screams like 1980s women with silver makeup on their faces. Is this the same lady who sang that song, Just Another Manic Monday? Just another manic Monday. Feels like a Sunday. Is it... It's not bad. It has that good 80s sound to it. I'm too young for promises, meaning I'm wasting my life, wasting my womb. I can't promise anything to a guy because I want to be with as many guys as possible before I decide to settle down with Poindexter. That's what this song is talking about. Yeah, I'm not too crazy about the song. Well, you know, whatever. It is what it is. But let's hear some more. I mean, it's okay. I give it a 4 out of 10. It's not my favorite, but I give the floor to the Parliament. What do you guys rate Coup d'etat, Too Young for Promises? Yeah, I'm too young for, meaning I'm not going to settle with anybody. I'm not committed to anybody. I'm going to waste this decade of the 20s. And then when I hit 34, then I'm going to say, oh, I found Poindexter and God has blessed me with a wonderful husband and God has called me to marriage at the age of 35. Oh, yeah, I'm not naive. Nigel gives it a 3. Wise choice. Rusty Shackleford gives it a 3. There's a pattern I'm noticing here. Goose Hunter 6.5 out of 10. Oh, Lord God. Yeah, I'm not too crazy. I can't. I'm too young to promise anything. I'm not going to be committed to anybody. So I'm going to go with men who are non-committed because I'm not committed to anybody. I'm going to waste my I'm gonna waste my 20s on bullshit. Let's hear some more. Let's hear this song. Non-point bullet with a name. Let's hear this. This isn't bad. This is very like new metal sound. It's solid, very heavy. Let's hear some more.
Decision I make. How can I be an individual with the weight of the world and 8 other planets to take, and with everything happening, gunshots clapping and people.
It's not bad. It kind of reminds me of like a mix between Rage Against the Machine, Korn. I'm hearing a little bit of like maybe a little Godsmack, maybe a little bit of Apex Theory.
Every direction with their hands up, waiting for the drama to end. I got my hand out, looking for some money to spend. The price tag on the things I need, I get it bigger by the day. I got a bullet with a name on it, bullet with a name. Oh, the way I work to other things, they just take away from me. I got a bullet with a name on it, bullet with a name. With a name. Cloud, no cover from the hotter than heat. I get it bigger by the day. Everything that they say about me.
I mean, it's just heavy all around. Like, there's no calming part in the song.
That they make my name.
It's a little too manic for me.
While the bullet that I aim. The price tag on the things I need. I get it
It's not bad. It's not a bad song actually. I give it like a 4 out of 10.
bigger by the day.
A little too much screaming for me.
I got a bullet with a name on it. Bullet with a name. Whoa, the way I work to other things, they just take away from me. I got a bullet with a name on it.
It's okay. I give it like a 4 out of 10. But what does the Parliament think? Nigel gives it a 5. Goose Hunter gives it a 6.5 out of 10. Rusty says better than the 80s slut anthem. Sure. Pure Chopium says very System of a Down speech patterns in the first part. Sure, yeah. This is what you get when mom tells you we have System of a Down at home. Susan gives it a 4. Rusty gives it a 6.6 out of 10. I dated a man who really did have a bullet with his name on it. Wow. Was he like a criminal or something? Somebody recommended to me Ultra Boss, My Sky Has No Limit. Okay, let's hear this one. This is going to be, I hope this is not garbage. Let's hear this one. This is some Barbie music. Good night, Susan. Here's a question that I have. This song isn't bad. Here's a question that I have. What do you guys think of me streaming at like 3 in the morning my time? Which would be earlier, which would be like later on in the day in Europe. So I'm thinking, what would happen if I live streamed at like 3 in the morning? And then I wonder what difference that would make. If I live streamed at like 3 in the morning and then I got more of a European audience. I'm thinking about that. I don't know. These are indeed real plants. Yes. Yep. These are all real plants, real house plants. I water them. Let's hear it. This isn't bad at all. This is good music. 100 people. Sounds like Top Gun. What time is it now? It's 9 o'clock Central Time. This is not bad at all. This is really good. It's not bad. It's a little overly dramatic for me, but this is not bad. I would give this a solid 6 out of 10. I mean, this is not bad at all. What does the Parliament give this? Joshua George gives it a 7 out of 10. Goose Hunter gives it an 8. I would drive to Texas and put you in a headlock and jump up and down. What stuff would be good in printed media? What books do you recommend? I mean, it depends what you're interested in reading. I've read books within a different spectrum of subjects. So, yeah, I would drive. Okay. What themes? What themes? I mean, I would definitely read ancient history. I think that's just solid ancient history, because when you read ancient history, you realize that nothing has changed all that much with humans. Thucydides, Josephus, Julius Caesar's Gaul. I mean, I think these are all really good books. Rusty Shackelford gives it a 6 out of 10. Nigel Smith gives it an 8. Humble Servant does not like it all that much. What else do you guys recommend? Okay. Play song Ya Raya by Rashid Taha. Okay, let's play this one. I think what I should do is one day I should do a marathon. I'll be like, guys, I'm going to do a marathon. I'm going to stream for like 24 hours. What do you guys think of that? I'm going to stream for like 24 hours all day and just see what happens. I think that would be crazy, like a crazy challenge. Let's hear this. I know this song, by the way. Yeah, it's a very famous song. Yep, I know this song, guys. Guys, I'm Middle Eastern. I grew up with this music. I literally grew up with this stuff. I know this music already. Yeah. I know this one already. I haven't listened to this song in years. Yeah, this is an old classic. I know this song already. This is literally one of the biggest songs in all of the Middle East. It's so good, even George Delaris did his own version of it. How about a 12-hour stream? What would happen? I'd say I start streaming at 1 p.m. and I just kept going until midnight. Let's do a 12-hour stream. That would be insane. We're going to do a 12-hour stream. I think if I were to do that, I think I should turn on super chats. At least make some money doing it. I've never done super chats before. I don't even think I'm eligible to do super chats on YouTube. I don't think I'm even eligible for it. I'm not sure. I've never done it before. I have literally never done super chats. But if I'm going to do a 12-hour stream, I don't know. I'll just turn super chats on. Maybe make some money out of doing it. I don't know. It sounds like it would be a drain on my brain. Yeah, this is a very classic song. I'll give it a solid 9 out of 10, maybe 8 out of 10. I think 8 out of 10 is fair. But this is a classic Middle Eastern song. That sounds cool. Would you sit down for 12 hours, or would you bring a camera and bring us throughout your day? That's a good question. What would I do? Maybe a little bit of both. Okay, what else do you guys want to listen to? Let's see. Royksop, Oh Lover. All right. Good night, Pure Tropium.
I'm trying to go forward. I'm trying to forget our time inside the bubble, the hours that we spent.
This is nice.
But lover, you made me feel like no other, touching me deeper than others, making me feel I was wanted, like elongated shadows. The days will never end. I'm looking at your number.
This is good. I like it. It sounds very European.
I'm looking at your number. I wonder, should I dare? I know I shouldn't bother. I know it isn't fair. Oh my lover, you made me feel like no other, touching me deeper than others,
This is really good. Oh, this is really good.
making me feel I was wanted.
A lot of emotion. There's a lot of. It just subsumes you in this music. There's just something very special about female vocals. There's just something very special about it. Male vocals are great, but when you listen to female vocals, against a background of heavy, overwhelming music, there's something about it. There's something about that combination that just taps into your soul as a human being. I don't know what it is, but there's something about female vocals that's very powerful. And I can't get enough of it. I mean, I have been listening to like Evanescence and Paramore, and I've been listening to Flyleaf and a lot of female vocalists who did songs for ATB. It's an Austrian techno musician. Or when you listen to like Armin van Buuren or Tiesto, like when they use these female vocalists, there's just something very, very, I don't know what it is. There's something sublime about it. Something very sublime. I give this song a solid 8 out of 10. I mean, this is really good. Goose Hunter gives it an 8. Joshua George gives it a 7. Rusty gives it a 5.9. Makabate gives it a 7, or an 8, actually. Nigel Smith gives it a 10. Okay, what other recommendations do we have? All right, I'm not seeing any more recommendations here. I'm gonna play for you guys a song that I wanted to play for you. There's one thing that I prepared for this live stream. There's one thing that I prepared for. Nigel gives it a 9. Awesome. There's one thing that I prepared for the stream, and that is the song that I wanted to play for you guys. So every live stream, I want to play for you guys a song that means something to me. It's a song that means a lot to me, and I want to play it for you guys. And I'll leave it to your own ruthless scrutiny. That's fine. But I want to play for you guys a song that means a lot to me. Now, I have been listening to Evanescence ever since I was in middle school. That's when I started listening to Evanescence. I love Wake Me Up. I love, hold on. No, what was it? Wake me up inside, I can't wake up, right? That was the first Evanescence song that I ever heard. I love Going Under. I think Going Under is better than Wake Me Up. I love Going Under. My Immortal was a good song. When I was in high school, I really got into LimeWire. I got into it when I was in middle school, but I really got into it when I was in high school. LimeWire was basically the way that you pirated music before YouTube popped up. So instead of going to the store and buying an album, which I did do sometimes, right? Sometimes I would go out and buy an album, but many times, when there was just a song that I really wanted to listen to, I would just go to LimeWire. LimeWire was the place to listen to free music, and that's pretty much where everybody went to listen to free music before the advent of YouTube. So I remember years ago when I was in high school, I think I was a junior in high school, I was looking through LimeWire and I was trying to find some music, and I found this song by Evanescence called Lies. And people can talk about what's the best Evanescence song, right? A lot of people will point to My Immortal, or they'll point to Wake Me Up, or they'll point to Going Under, or they'll point to some of her later songs. The best Evanescence song is a song that she never produced for the mainstream. And it's a song that she made, I'm pretty certain, when she was in high school. And it's called Lies. She made this for Evanescence's first ever album. The very first album, before they got famous. So there's let me look this up real quick, 'cause I want to get the names right. So there is there's the first album that everybody knows about called Fallen. That's where you get like all her big songs, right? The songs that basically Daredevil. Remember that movie Daredevil? Remember that film Daredevil? That movie. Okay, I think we're good. No? Remember that film Daredevil? That movie. Okay, I think we're good. All right, we're good. We're good. Okay. No? Hold on. Remember that film Daredevil? That movie. Hello. Are we good? We're good. Okay. Okay, we're good. Okay, so there's an echo. Okay, I think we're good. So I remember the movie Daredevil. That film was not about Daredevil. That film was not about Ben Affleck. That film was about Evanescence. And that movie was about Amy Lee. They need to change the name of that film from Daredevil to Evanescence, because that is the film that really got everybody to know about Evanescence. That's how I knew about Evanescence. That's how I heard about her. And the songs that are in that movie are all from this album called Fallen. Fallen is like her first mainstream album. But then you have another album that she made called Origin. Origin is actually her very first album, but it never got produced for the mainstream. It never became super famous. It was just an album that her and her friends made when she was like in high school. And there is a song in this album called Lies. And this song is Evanescence's best song. I'm going to play it for you guys. And then I want you guys to rate it. This is literally her best song. There's no doubt in my mind. I have been listening to this song since I was in high school. And to this day, I can't find any Evanescence song that can beat it. It's her best song. I'm going to play it for you guys. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Lies. So right from the beginning, we start with this monastic singing. It's dark, it's haunting, it's goth. Let's hear some more. It's just, the song is so raw. It just sucks you in, right? I'm actually shocked that they haven't reproduced this song. I'm shocked that they haven't done any re-releases. They've never taken the song and modified it to make it more studio quality. They've never made like another addition to the song. It's just roaming around in the internet where it's been stuck in the underground for decades. But it's literally her best song. And right in the beginning, it sucks you in. Right in the beginning, it sucks you in with this dark monastic singing, and then boom, with the heavy riff. Let's hear some more. So this guy, he does sort of this dark, dungeony prose, and he says, bound at every limb by my shackles of fear. And then he says, sealed with lies through so many tears. And then he says, lost from within, pursuing the end. I fight for the chance to be lied to again. And then she starts singing.
Not to again. Never be strong enough. You'll never be good enough. You'll never conceive enough. You will not rise above. They'll never see. I'll never be. I struggle on and on.
They'll never see, I'll never be, I'll struggle on and on to feed this hunger burning deep inside of me.
To feed this hunger burning deep inside of me. Through my tears, breaks of blood and light, birthing a dawn to this endless night. Arms outstretched, awaiting name, an open embrace upon a bleeding terrain. Rest in me and I'll comfort you. I have lived and I died for you. Abide in me and I vow to you. I will never forsake you. They'll never see.
these voices come up, and there's like two different women singing, and their voices harmonize together like a snake. It's so sublime. There's like different dimensions of emotion. It's here. And then you have the screaming part, which is like very loud, very harsh. Let's hear this.
They'll never see, I'll never be. I struggle on and on to feed this hunger burning deep inside of me.
It's a solid 10 out of 10. It's a solid 10. It's so good. Like the voices are harmonizing. It's this nice fusion between like heavy metal and classical. There's a gothic voice in there. There's this gothic sort of monastic chant taking place. It's just a very, very good fusion. I think this is her best song. Nigel Smith gives it a 10. Yeah, Rusty gives it an 8. Joshua George 8.9. Goose Hunter gives it a 9. So good in all aspects. I mean, this is a masterpiece. It's a full dimensional song. It really is. There's everything. There's harshness. There's elegance. There's sadness. There's just, it just hits you so hard. And you know, Amy Lee was asked a few years ago, she was asked in a Q&A that she did, a Q&A live stream that she did where, she was asked if she was ever going to re-release this song, and she said no, because it's whatever. Like, she made it when she was in high school. And I don't understand this. Like, there are millions of fans of Evanescence's music who want to see her first album re-released. They want, because she made so many good songs for that album Origin, and people have been pushing her like, you need to re-release these songs, and I don't know why she hasn't done it. It's such a good piece of music. It's such a good piece of music. It's a war between good and evil. Yeah, it definitely, you can hear that struggle. There's this struggle in the song. And it's just, the song expresses like this inner conflict. And it does so magically and hauntingly at the same time. It's just, it's a lovely piece of music. I just love the beginning. I love that beginning. I love those voices. But anyway, I think I've streamed long enough, guys. I have been streaming for almost 6 hours. Almost 6 hours, guys. And I think I'm done. I think I'm done, guys. I think I've talked long enough. And I think you guys have had enough of listening to me. So here we go. I'll see you guys later. I'm getting tired. I'll see you guys later on. All right. Bye-bye. God bless y'all. Be well.